Welcome to our March 11th, 2025 City Council meeting. Anne Marie, can we start with a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Councilmember Kim.
Here.
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Orgill.
Here.
Mayor Renagi.
Here. And then we're going to have Councilmember Whalen lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand and join me in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Ms. Garibaldi, do we have any closed session announcements? And before you get to that, I'm going to suggest at the end of the council meeting that we adjourn back into closed session on the item that we didn't get to. So I'm just going to say that now, but go ahead, Megan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to the 3 items listed on its agenda. It convened at 4:10 p.m. and recessed at 5:05. It reached the first 2 items on it reached the first and the third and fourth items on the closed session agenda. No reportable action was taken. And per the mayor's direction, the matter of initiation of litigation will be discussed at the end of the meeting. The council will reconvene in closed session.
At this time, we have one presentation for tonight, so I'm going to come down there. So do you guys all want to stand up here? So I'm very pleased to be recognizing the Laguna Beach seniors who we have George, Wayne, Stephanie, Renee, and of course, Nadia, the legendary Nadia. Today is the 50th anniversary we're recognizing the 50th anniversary of the Laguna Beach Seniors. Since its founding in 1975, Laguna Beach Seniors has provided outreach and social programs to the city's growing elder population and significantly supported the construction of the community and Susie Q Center in 2009. And I just want to briefly go off script here and just say what a big deal that was, and appreciate the leadership of Elizabeth Pearson and the Quilter family in making that happen. It was a very controversial project, which in retrospect you would think who would be against the construction of a world-class senior center, but it's Laguna Beach. So anyway, so thank you. Hey, Chris, get up here. And whereas Laguna Beach Seniors' mission is to enhance the lives of seniors through programs, services, and advocacy and promote independence, wellness, and community. Whereas Laguna Beach Seniors offers 7 different support groups to assist seniors with various challenges of aging. And whereas the community in Susie Q Senior Center is a place where everyone knows your name and no one ever has to feel at home, alone, or stuck at home without access to the stimulation of peers. We're so great. I think you can judge a community by how it treats its seniors, and we're so lucky to have the great work of the Susie Q and all that you all do and go above and beyond and bring innovative programs that take care of our elders. So really grateful for you. Nadia, do you want to say a few words? Okay, go ahead, Nadia.
Thank you so much, Mayor Renagi and the Honorable City Council. We truly appreciate your support. And I want to just express how grateful we are for this recognition. 50 years of service to the community, our 50th anniversary. And on an average basis, we serve about 6,000 seniors every quarter. Our care management department provides over 1,400 households with the support that they need. Our behavioral health department provides over 400 sessions of free therapy to seniors who are suffering from depression and isolation, and a lot more going on at the Susie Q with programs and wonderful things that we're doing now to engage younger seniors to our center. So thank you so much. And please note that we love working with the city staff at the Susie Q. So that's like icing on the cake. Thank you.
Thank you. And so now as we celebrate the last 50 years, we're looking forward to the next 50 years of continued excellence. And I guess I'll be a member then. So thank you all, and we'll go do a picture.
Where are you guys going? You don't want to stay for the rest of the meeting?
Yeah. Okay, so at this time, Mr. Kiff, do we have additions or deletions to the council agenda?
We're going to recommend that item 18, the item on microgrids, not be heard tonight. We have some additional work we need to do.
Okay, so we're removing item 18 and that's it?
That's it.
Okay. So at this point, we're going to take public comments on non-agenda items. If you have an item, if you want to discuss anything that's not on the agenda, now is your time to speak. You have 3 minutes each.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. It was a perfect segue for 50 years for the Suzy Q. I'm coming before you today. In 2017, the city was awarded a National Historic Landscape Award by the National Park Service to the city of Laguna Beach. This year, we've now, through Laguna Wilderness Press, have produced a new book, coffee table book, celebrating the stewardship of Laguna Beach. And on the 31st of March, we're at the Rivian Theater. We'll have some presentations that'll go into greater depth. But I just wanted to read you this one short review. This book is a rarity, a treasure about a treasure. It's about a fight, ordinary small town citizens banding together to save an historic American landscape. Laguna Beach in the Greenbelt tells the tale. Its marvelous illustrations reveal why the Greenbelt is truly a treasure and example will inspire citizens everywhere. And I should make one note, the Blue Belt completes the Greenbelt. So when we talk Greenbelt, we're talking about the total belt. So I have copies for each of you so you can read at your leisure. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, please, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Renagi and esteemed City Council members. My name is Rachel Goberman. I'm currently the Secretary of the Board of Directors of the Sawdust Art Festival. And I'm here tonight with Board President Josh King. We are very excited to announce the kickoff of our 59th Sawdust Art Festival season this year. And we have an exciting new adventure that I'd like to just announce to everyone in the community. We are doing a Spring Fling this year, which will be open 11 to 5 p.m. on April 4th, 5th, and 6th. With a true spirit of creative energy, we are inviting the public to come and enjoy over 150 artists. And what is different with this 3-day show is it's only a weekend. And we are also reimagined our town square, where usually Santa Claus is for the Winter Fantasy. We're going to have large collaborative art pieces for the public to come in and participate and put their own hand on. So that's very exciting. And of course, with a true sawdust spirit, there'll be art and music and food and all the regular joys, art classes of the Sawdust Festival. So we really wanted to come down and just invite the Laguna Beach community to come and support and be a part of the art at the Spring Fling, this year's first Sawdust Art Festival in April. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Gary Kasich for the Sensible Laguna team. Try to be brief tonight. Just a quick update, maybe a heads up on some of the progress for the high school pool modernization project. We've been working as a team with the district as they finalize their plans for the new pool facility. The pool itself will be nearly twice as big as the current one, and it'll allow for multiple concurrent uses. In addition, there'll be essentially tripling spectator capacity. So it's going to be a marked improvement over what's there today. Should be exciting for everybody. Hopefully, this will address the demand, but not only from residents, but from the students in the district as well. It's quite likely that once the JUA is in place, the city will still be the largest user of the facility. Likely due to our kind of past involvement in the project, we're continuing to get questions and comments from the community as how the project is proceeding. We've been engaged heavily with the district, helping them to identify potential concerns and, more importantly, solutions that will ensure that the project proceeds without delay. That's important to everyone. The district agreed with one of our suggestions to stake the project. And I don't know if anyone has seen it, but the poles are up, and that's going to help clarify what the buildings look like. Artist renderings are good, but we thought the clarity of what staking it, and they were kind enough to do that. So they just went up the last few days. I encourage everyone to take a look, and that may generate some additional feedback and questions. We're hopeful and actually very optimistic that by working together, the project can move forward with reasonable compromises to mitigate neighborhood impact, then the project will still remain on schedule. A common concern we're hearing, and not surprisingly, is the likely impact on traffic, circulation, and safety. Always is in town. Park Avenue is a difficult evacuation route and rush hour traffic. It's got the additional concern of student safety during when school's letting out. So we would encourage the city to stay actively involved with the project, particularly as they design traffic contingency plans, and keep in mind that our kids are crossing the street there every day during this construction. So let's pay additional effort toward that. A potential complicating factor may be that the NCC property project, which will be on the agenda and it will move forward as its own pace. But if it moves at current course and speed, both of those projects will be under construction at the same time. So a little bit of a long-term planning heads up that could create some very interesting traffic issues with two major projects going on at the same place. Fortunately, there's time to address them all. Finally, of note, there's a meeting on Thursday, March 20th at Thurston Middle School where the district will present their finalized plans and hopefully clear the path to the next steps to have the project proceed on schedule. We remain available to assist in any way possible. Thanks for your time tonight.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jackie Shafkin. I'm a 31-year resident of Laguna Beach. I was thrilled to learn that the plans were submitted for the redevelopment of the neighborhood congregational church site. I was excited to see the new visual schematics, the incorporation of desperately needed parking for the city, and of note, the partnership with an incredibly experienced affordable housing developer with a track record of success with our city. And I want to express my support for this project. I am a former member of the Housing and Human Services Committee, and I recall the NCC site being identified by the city as an potential affordable housing site back in 2021 before the church itself even knew that it was on the city's list. SB 420, which was passed in 2023, which allows for ministerial review for 100% affordable projects on religious land, was kind of a confirmation to me, a sign, if you believe in signs, that this site is ideal for redevelopment in a way that allows for the NCC community to continue to exist while helping the city meet its goals for developing affordable units that it planned for in good faith itself. I remember Steve Kellenberg, who's now a planning commissioner, doing an extensive study back in 2021, 2022 about looking at city-owned sites. And he highlighted a crucial factor for any site to be considered competitive for grants and certainly for the low-income housing tax credits, which is access to community amenities, things like public transportation, the library, post office, grocery stores, those types of things. And as you recall, many of the city-owned sites were deemed non-competitive due to their locations. I'm a resident who intentionally lives within walking distance to amenities such as these. I understand the importance of location. And for many of us, it's just not about walking to the beach. My kids took the trolley to sports practices and summer jobs, just as future residents of this project are part of our community and not going to be tourists. So this leads me to the point that the city has prioritized investing resources to revitalize downtown, reducing vacancies and improving the business climate. I read with interest that one of the COSMIC study's key recommendations is to, quote, integrate housing with retail, hospitality, and business to foster a vibrant year-round community, and to, quote, focus on workforce housing initiatives to help local employees address affordability challenges. I fully support updating the zoning that's going to allow for residential to be incorporated in commercial, but I would like to point out that this type of project does actually allow for Laguna's workforce, hotel workers, small business owners, artists, et cetera, those who already contribute to Laguna and who also qualify for affordable housing to remain in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Pat Gallus. I'm here to ask what the latest is on the lawsuits that's been going on for the last 3 or 4 years about the downtown specific plan that was filed by Preserve Orange County, Village Laguna, and the Laguna Beach Historic Preservation Coalition. My understanding, it might be getting in front of the judge soon. I'd just like to know a date, a time, and whether or not I can physically be there to see what's going on. And hopefully we get a report. And also, I just want to say the Suzy Q is the second greatest thing to ever happen to this town. The first is Main Beach, the way they fixed it up compared to what it was. And thanks again for your time and your efforts you put in for the community.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Dwyer. I live at 459 St. Anne's Drive in Laguna Beach, and I'm here to discuss, I believe that there has been a recent submittal of revised plans for the redevelopment of the NCC project, and I wanted to address some of those issues just to bring it to your attention and see to it that it's given due regard. As you know, the Neighborhood Congregational Church is proposing that they demolish the historically significant building that has served the community for the past 80 years. In its place, they intend to build 44 units of housing plus a new structure that will serve as an event venue for hire. Those proposed structures are substantially larger in square footage, lot coverage, and height over much of the property with minimal setbacks to adjacent residential neighborhoods. Construction is expected to begin in 2026, which coincides with construction timing at the high school pool and administration building, which has been previously discussed this evening. Thalia and Park Avenue are the major evacuation routes for Top of the World, Mystic Hills, and Temple Hills neighborhoods. Imagine the truck traffic and congestion for these two simultaneous projects. What has the city or proponents of these projects done to study to mitigate the impacts of this activity? Has there been a traffic study? We need only to remember the Laguna Fire of 1993, the Lahaina Fire of 2 years ago, or Pacific Palisades just a couple months ago, back to imagine the added challenges that construction and the addition of 44 new housing units in the already congested village area will bring. I also understand that NCC and related are counting on city funding to help finance this construction. We know too well that the city is struggling to finance fire safety, traffic safety, utility undergrounding, business district improvements, and many other critical infrastructure programs. I sincerely hope that City Council takes a long, hard look at the impacts on community safety, neighborhood compatibility, traffic, parking, and legal questions regarding the SB4 status of this development prior to approving any building plans or funding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Richard Plavitich, a 32-year resident in town here, talking on the same NCC topic. So way back in 2022, the City Council unanimously approved the 2021 to 2029 Laguna Beach housing element, including a proposal to potentially develop 31 affordable housing units at the site of the Neighborhood Congregational Church. Fast forward 3 years, now NCC and Related California are proposing to increase the unit count by over 40% to 44 units, and adding a 3-story spiritual center designed for 220 people, featuring a third-floor ocean view deck with a capacity of over 100 people. And that is intended to be rented out for weddings, memorials, and performances, according to Rod Eccles. How will this impact the residential neighborhood with noise, lighting, and parking issues? Is this a church or is this a commercial event venue? Total size of the new construction will be larger than the Hotel Laguna and a beach cottage residential neighborhood, and that's not taking into account the parking deck. The related California CEO stated in Stu News that the structures were designed to ensure that the project won't block anybody's views. That's his quote. Yet I understand that there are no plans to stake the roof lines depicted in the proposal. Don't the residents of this community deserve to at least see the roof line staked like any other project in town? If I were to put an archway on my front walkway, I'd have to stake it. And here we have a major development going in, and they have no plans or intentions to put up any staking. I don't know what they're hiding at this point. Why can't the community see what's going to be built here? Other issues include only one parking spot per unit, one half the units are 2 or 3 bedroom. Aside from 3 management parking spaces, the remaining 41 spaces are proposed to be sold to the city. Where will those 220 spiritual center visitors park? No doubt the neighborhood will feel the impact. Most in the surrounding neighborhoods, myself included, remain supportive of housing on this site, provided the entire site, housing and church, is neighborhood compatible. But we are faced with a proposal that has increased dramatically in scope over the past 3 years, with a number of units being proposed, the destruction of a historically significant church, eviction of the Montessori school, which has been there for 50 years now, and an event venue being constructed with large rooftop deck being added to a residential neighborhood. I urge the City Council to demand answers on these and many other issues before considering the application of city funds towards the project or approving of any business building plans. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Chris Quilter. I'd just like to point out that this is a very familiar story in Laguna Beach, where people are concerned about development, and development is needed to meet the needs of our community. I frankly was surprised, a little bit shocked, when I learned of the proposal at the Neighborhood Congregational Church to take a campus and turn it entirely into affordable housing. One of the issues that's bothered me over the years that I've lived in this town is the gradual loss of the diversity of the people who can afford to live here. It's been one of the hallmarks of our town, and it has been steadily being eroded over the years. There are a lot of concerns about the project. It's been downsized twice. They're referencing a venue that is essentially going to be the equivalent of Bridge Hall, which is also a large venue that's being rented out to the community. So that's kind of I don't see that as a compelling issue. What I do see is a need for housing. And I do see that this is the only affordable housing project that will be presented to the council that I know about during the current housing cycle. I think you could probably make a case for the Artist Project in the Canyon as having an affordability component to it, but we don't know how many people will be on that site. I think this project has been handled very gracefully and thoughtfully by the people who are planning it. I support it completely. I'm going to support it as a philanthropist, and I'm going to support it here in the community. I understand the concerns. It's not a crime to oppose development in this town. It always makes us nervous. But if we don't get some things done, and if we don't take positive action on a project like this, I don't see how we're going to get anything done in this town ever. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
With my remaining 44 seconds, we went through this process with the Suzy Q. Anyone involved in getting the Suzy Q built will remember the years of dissension, the years of no, I don't want to say fear-mongering. I don't want to attack the character of the people who opposed this project. They have a right to their opinions. I just disagree with them. And I think their concerns are exaggerated. But this is just like deja vu all over again. We did this with the Suzy Q. We get jokes and Lagunatics about fast-track projects that only take 10 years.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Ann Christoph. I enjoy the last 44 seconds of Chris every time. I just want to mention that we are concerned, I'm speaking now for Village Laguna, concerned about the loss of the historic buildings on this property to the extent that we commissioned a historic report on the value of these buildings, which have, according to the consultant, an esteemed consultant, that these buildings are eligible for the State Register of Historic Places. So we are also in support of an affordable housing project that is compatible with the neighborhood. And so we went on to create an alternative plan, which we will be sharing with you shortly. Then it shows 36 units, and it shows that we can keep all those existing buildings and still have 36 affordable units on the property. And so when looking at the 44 unit proposal that's been recently submitted, you'll see that the buildings are being sacrificed in order to put a parking lot there. The buildings are not being sacrificed in order to build affordable units. And I would like to make the case that those buildings are much more valuable than a replacement parking lot, and that the investment that the people of this town who attended that church for decades, they contributed, they donated. Those buildings are the result of their labors and their commitment. And to just dispose of them when they're perfectly good and esteemed historic value is, to me, short-sighted. I think we can have an ideal project with keeping those buildings, which still accommodate the room for the Montessori school. It's a win-win situation, and the affordable housing project can move forward. And I urge you to consider alternatives to the present proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Are there any other speakers on items that are not on the agenda? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the city council. We'll start with the city manager. Do you have a report?
I don't, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
And then we'll go to the city attorney and Ms. Garibaldi. There was a question about when the court date is. Pat Gallus asked that question. Could you respond to that question and then provide your report if you have one?
Sure. The historic preservation case in the Orange County Superior Court is currently set for a hearing this Friday at 1:30 p.m. I cannot recall the department off the top of my head, but if anyone wants it, we can make that available. I will say that courts sometimes change hearing dates, so we may want to check the court website. We can give you the case number too so that you can check that. Otherwise, I don't have a report.
Got it. Councilmember Jones.
Yeah, just reporting on a few things I've been lucky to participate in. I had a great conversation with James Henry, met today with, or yesterday with Deepa Somasundram, who is the owner of Laguna Beach Montessori, and had an Orange County Parks Commission meeting last week.
Councilmember Kempf.
Yeah, I just want to thank the staff for such a great job on the Patriots Day Parade last Saturday. It was a beautiful day and went off. It's very well organized, very well done. We had a lot of people out on Saturday, more people than I've seen in a while. Of course, thankfully it didn't rain. I always feel so bad for the organizers when it rains. It's very deflating for them, as you can imagine. But anyway, Dave, I just wanted to thank you and your staff for such a great job.
Ditto. Councilmember Whalen.
Yeah, just a couple items. The Patriots Day Parade was great. I agree. I think it was a big turnout this year. Last night, Mark and I attended the South Laguna Civic Association annual meeting. I want to thank our fire department and our CERT volunteers for making great presentations. It was all focused on, wildfire safety and emergency evacuations, which I think was a very informative meeting and a well-attended meeting. And our city manager was there too to answer some questions. So thank you to the city staff for supporting that. And then the mayor and I had a meeting with Molten Miguel Water District staff to discuss, I think what has been referenced previously, the Oasis project, which is a potential for a direct potable reuse project up at the regional treatment plant. And as the mayor said previously, it's a potential kind of joint agreement with them that would help kind of reduce our ocean runoff and enhance recycled water supply in the area. So that was a good first step. I think we may be seeing an MOU come to council, memorandum of understanding come to council in the not too distant future on that project. And that's it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Orville.
Yeah, agreed, Bob. The South Laguna Civic Association meeting was great, and I actually learned quite a bit from it. And the water district, South Laguna Water District, participated, and Rick's presentation was quite, I just learned a lot from it. The Patriot Day Parade was great. We had the Boys and Girls Club pancake breakfast. I had an opportunity to meet, as usual, with Karen Phillipson to discuss the Laguna, the BID facilities master plan meeting. Joanna from the Surf and Sand. We had a meeting with coastal staff last week to discuss the promenade. And of course, I attended the Meet the Mayor's breakfast to support our mayor. I also had a meeting with the Laguna Playhouse, LCAD, and the museum, Sean Poschel, Karen Phillipson, to discuss some of the details around the new tourist marketing district. Also, Aaron from the chamber to discuss some of the details regarding to the new proposal as well. Ed Almanza, again, working with him on the stewardship plan. Tom Lamb, same thing, stewardship plan. And that's it.
Thank you, and thank you for joining me at the South Orange County Mayor's breakfast. It's funny, I don't really think of Laguna Beach as South Orange County, but the South Orange County Economic Coalition does. So we had a good time, and what was funny is a lot of the comments that I was making as it relates to, we talked about the goats and talked about automated license plate readers, and then some of the other mayors started copying what I was saying. So it's good. We're leading the way in Laguna Beach on when it comes to public safety. I had a good time at the Rotary Club giving an update to them. I did the first pitch at the opening of Little League, which was a really fun experience. And then agree with my colleagues' comments about the Patriots Day. What a great event. And it was so, I really enjoyed talking to the honorees, especially. So thank you to everyone who makes that happen every year, and to the police who keep us safe, because I think we don't appreciate, potential public safety issues involved with the parade. So really grateful for the police from Laguna Beach, but also all around Orange County who were involved to keep everyone safe. Yesterday, or on Sunday, I attended the Orange County Iranian American Chamber of Commerce Nowruz celebration. There were other, to celebrate Iranian New Year, there were the mayors of Irvine, Newport Beach, Costa Mesa, Assemblywoman Kati Pichi Norris was there. So it was a really good event. And then finally, 2 weeks ago, the Wednesday after the council meeting, I spent a day as a city planner, where I went behind the counter. I learned about what happens in our building department, our planning department, and it was a really eye-opening experience, because we really don't appreciate what a hard job it is to be a planner, because you can only make mistakes. When you get it right, you're doing your job. But when there's 300 different, they showed me how they do plan checks, and you see how complicated our code is and how hard it is for them to actually implement it. And then I saw, how they do staff reports, and The questions that people ask at the counter, there's never an easy question. I was there for 2 hours and there were no easy questions. Every question was super complicated with ambiguous answers at best. And it's not because there wasn't a knowledgeable person there to answer the question, but just because our code is complicated. So it was a very eye-opening experience, and I'd encourage my colleagues, if to try that out one day. And so it was a really good experience, and and so that's my report. So do you want to jump in and make a joke, Sue?
I just want, exactly. I just wanted to say I didn't want to add to the backlog by slowing up community development with a council person looking over everyone's shoulder.
But anyway, I think what I walked away with is a deep appreciation for the commitment of our planners, and they're excited to figure out how we can clear the backlog, get to a 30-day plan check review, and we'll be having a longer conversation about this tomorrow at our joint study session with the Planning Commission and Design Review Board. So if anyone's interested, please attend that at 4 p.m. in council chambers. So with that, we'll go to the consent calendar. So we'll start up at council and we'll go to the public. Are there items that any council members want to pull from consent?
7 and 11.
7 and 11. Any other council members? Do any other council members want to pull anything? Bob?
10.
10. Mark?
No, I'm good.
No. Hallie? Are there items for members of the public? Number 8. Any other items on the consent calendar? Okay, does somebody have a motion?
Move approval of the balance of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
So that's 5-0 to approve the balance. And so with that, we will start with the first item on the consent calendar, item 7. Who pulled? Was this you, Sue?
Yeah, that was me. The reason I pulled it is this is a fairly pricey proposition, and so I just wanted to get a report for the council. Hello, Michael.
Good evening, Mayor Rinaldi, Council. Michael Litchi, Director of Transit and Community Services. So the agreement that's before you for approval tonight basically will allow us to transition from the legacy system of parking permits that we've used in the city for many, many decades, which are physical parking stickers or physical parking passes. And it will allow us to transition to a digital license plate-based system. And that has a couple important benefits. One is that it allows, on the enforcement side, much more efficient enforcement. We are gradually moving toward a license plate-based enforcement system. We have 2 parking enforcement vehicles in the police department that have license plate reader cameras affixed to the vehicle. So anytime anyone pays through mobile payment or through one of our new pay stations, like the one right outside City Hall, they're entering their license plate. And the idea is eventually all of our parking lots and all of the on-street pay stations, similar to those, will be plate-based. So from an enforcement perspective, the vehicle will be able to drive down the street and will get pinged. The park enforcement officer will get pinged on any vehicle that hasn't paid using their plate. In order to make that system effective, though, we need the parking permits to be plate-based as well. Otherwise, the parking enforcement officer would get pinged every time there was a person with a shopper's permit if it wasn't based on the plate. In terms of the cost of the agreement, I can break that down a little bit more. It is a 3-year cost for the agreement, and it is a not to exceed amount. So the bulk of about half of the funding included in that agreement is for customer support. So the vendor will provide customer support for people who are having trouble setting up an account or have questions. So there'll be a phone line that they can call and provide direct customer support. So we did err on the side of putting more budget toward customer support, knowing that this is a brand new program for the city and people are kind of used to how they've bought permits for many, many years. But that is a not to exceed amount. So it will only be charged for the actual calls that are made to that line. And then we did also look at, as a comparison, though we didn't include it in the staff report, what we're currently charging for the existing system. So there are hard costs for the parking stickers that are tamper-proof that are issued to residents currently, as well as the staff at the cashier's desk that issue those stickers and answer questions. And when you add up all those costs, as well as the existing software that we use to support that system, it's very close to the annual cost that we're expecting from the new digital system. So it would allow us, by transitioning, to not have to use a legacy system, Springbrook, that we used to use for our budget before we transitioned to the new Tyler system. We still have a license for Springbrook because that's where the parking permit information is saved. So there could be a significant expense if we need to continue using that system. And again, it just will really modernize and provide better customer service for folks as well. Currently, any of you who've bought a new car, when you have a shopper's permit, know the process you have to go through, scraping it off your car, putting the shrapnel of the old permit on a piece of paper, bringing it into the cashier's desk to get a new physical permit. With the new system, you'll just be able to log into your account online, change the license plate number to your new vehicle, and it'll be a seamless process.
Got it. Thanks, Michael. And so it looks like July 1 will be using once we have this implemented, we'll be able to use the technology to identify the non-compliant vehicles.
Yes, Mayor, that's correct. So the intent is that once the contract is awarded and we get it up and running, we would put in all of the license plate data that we have for the current physical permits into the system.
Okay.
So there would be a transition period during which parking enforcement would be able to use that parking data to or the license plate data to target where they're enforcing. But the final look before a ticket is issued would still be the physical permit until the next round of shoppers permits are issued next summer, because they're a 2-year permit. And then we would fully transition over. But in the meantime, once we launch the system, if people come for a replacement permit, it would be the plate-based permit.
So, but what's the date when we're going to start using the technology to identify the non-compliance? Is that July 1?
That's the intent, yeah. Once
Okay.
we get the system up and running and get that plate data in the system, we can start using it. The cameras are already existing on the PD vehicles, so we're working on just getting that system, all the systems talking. But yeah, by July, we should be able to start using it.
Thank you. Other questions?
So when we convert over, the big lift will be converting over with the shopper permit renewals, right? And I think historically, people get a letter in the mail. What do you see as the communication to get people aware of this new system and converted?
Yeah, so we do plan to do a pretty robust public outreach program to get people used to what the new system is going to be and how it works. Part of the reason we wanted to launch at this time is we didn't want to launch when we had a shopper's permit renewal. We wanted to be able to kind of gradually ease into the process. So we'll have until the next shopper's permit cycle in summer of 2026 to get fully transitioned over. Yeah, currently letters do go out, so we would look at direct mail or postcards, other means, as well as the city's social media channels to get the information across about the new system.
Do you have any idea of what it would look like after year 3? Are there going to be the software renewal, or have they discussed any of those? So we're going to be locked into this, right? We're going to make this commitment, but going forward, what would it look like? And do you have any idea of what the associated expenses would be at that time?
So the initial term of the contract is 3 years. I would have to look to Nabila if she has any information on, I forget if there are option terms associated with the contract, but at the end of the 3 years, we could likely either extend the contract with the existing vendor, or if for whatever reason we were unhappy, we could go back out to RFP to select a new vendor. But given the amount of work that it takes to transition over to the new system, assuming the vendor is, fulfilling the terms of the contract, we'd likely, look to extend it at least for another year or two. I believe there are option terms in the contract. I can try and look at that right as we're talking here.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say I really appreciated Michael pulling this together relatively quickly, because I had similar questions to yours about, is the juice worth the squeeze on this one? And I think if we are headed in this direction of more automation and better enforcement, more effective enforcement, I think this is a smart way to go. I was heartened too that there's a lot of different vendors that do that. So if we didn't feel like we're boxed into one vendor, there may be a transition, but cities are doing this all over the country.
And Mayor Pro Tem Orgill, I just found it here. So the initial agreement, as I said, was 3 years, and then there's 2 additional 1-year option terms that can be exercised at the discretion of the city.
Thank you. Holly.
Can you walk us through, to the best of your ability, or at least share with me what you know about what the renewal process will look like? I know that our residents are very used to getting that letter in the mail and mailing it back. It's kind of old school, but particularly for our residents who might not be as tech savvy, what is that process going to look like?
Sure. So there'll be a number of different options. If someone is more comfortable coming into the cashier's desk still, or doesn't have the technology at home to be able to renew a permit online, that will still be an option for them, and someone at the city will be able to walk them through the process and have a computer to do that. So it is possible still for the city employee to do the manual entry if a person doesn't have those resources. I think, we haven't built out the full public outreach plan, but I think definitely working with Laguna Beach seniors and the senior center to provide some workshops for folks and let them come in and have someone walk them through the process, at least for the first time until they get used to it, would be part of our outreach plan. But there will still be multiple options. So if someone isn't comfortable with the computer, we'll provide the necessary resources for them to be able to get a permit.
Thank you, Michael. And any other questions? Seeing none, I'm going to open up public comment on this item. Do any members of the public want to provide comment? It looks like I'll close public comment. Bring it back to the council. Does anyone have any comments? Bob? I'll just say I think this is a great step forward. I consistently hear from residents about the need for more parking enforcement. I think this is critical to doing just that. So Michael, appreciate all the great work that you always do. And Bob, did you want to make a motion?
I did. Actually, because your comment, Mayor, just made me think. We had talked about parking enforcement before and whether we could add resources in, and it had to be a city employee, I guess, under state law or whatever. And it occurred to me, I was thinking about this the other day, have we thought about whether we can hire, on a temporary basis, parking enforcement folks, maybe retired from other cities or something, to increase our level of
I'm smiling because the police folks are right out there.
penetration?
They have a really good plan that we'll talk about in a couple of weeks, I think.
Okay.
About,
all right.
yeah,
Well, I'll leave it
along
aside
those
and we'll
lines.
move the recommended action then.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Michael. Great work on this. Okay. Next up, we have consent item 8, which was pulled by a member of the public, which is the adoption of the ordinance related to quiet pickleball paddles or equipment at Lang Park. Are there any questions from the dais? It looks like we don't have any. So what I'll do is open this item up for public comment. So if any members of the public would like to weigh in on this pickleball ordinance, now is the time to do so. And the second reading of the ordinance, I should say.
Good evening. My name is Susanna Cruciana. While I appreciate the council's efforts to address the noise problem, requiring quiet paddles is not the solution. I have submitted documentation to that effect from the engineers at USA Pickleball. Also, the staff will be unable to enforce the ordinance of the hotel guests or the Laguna residents who travel to Lang Park to play pickleball. If the ordinance had stipulated quiet balls instead of quiet paddles, which Denver does now, we might not be having this conversation. However, relying on residents' complaints for enforcement will be ineffective and will continue to create what is already a hostile environment. Even now, when I approach the players about our concerns, some have responded with harsh remarks, even the coach. Accusations that I hate children, outdoor sports, or laughter are ludicrous and false. Unlike general traffic noise or the noise from other park activities, the noise from pickleball is high-pitched and excessive. Many of the impacted residents are too elderly or frail to attend these meetings or have chosen not to complain due to fear or repercussion. I became their advocate, and I have taken a significant toll on my health. My efforts began when I was 68 years old. I am now 75. Since then, 3 of the original petitioners have passed away. It's depressing to think that their final years on this earth were suffered from harmful noise that they had no control over. And these are the original petitions. Since then, I'm so sorry, when the hours were reduced last year, that gave my fellow residents some quiet time to enjoy socializing outdoors. This is our community. So when the mayor mentioned extending the hours to 7 days a week at the last a meeting 2 weeks ago, it was distressing. Extending the hours to 7 days a week is cruel. With daylight savings and summer approaching, pickleball noise will only intensify. We have a new petition collected this week that I'd like to hand out to the council. And the photo you see, the photo you see shows how close to the courts our community center, that's our only community outdoor center. It's like 10 to 15 feet away from the courts, and that view is from my deck. We respectfully call for immediate relocation of the pickleball courts to provide permanent relief as promised in 2022. This is a matter of respecting the quiet enjoyment of our senior community. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
I too have some slides, so if we could start the clock after the first slide is there. Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Ranagi and council. My name is Nalini Lazowitz. I'm with the Lazowitz Foundation in La Cañada Flint Ridge. Laguna has a noise element to your general plan that states as a goal to ensure acceptable noise levels near schools, hospitals, residences, and other noise-sensitive areas. Vista Elisa is a noise-sensitive area. If you look at the slide there, this low-income senior housing complex is 71 units spread over 5 buildings, and pickleball noise is a new type of noise. For residents in an apartment far enough away or blocked by nearby buildings, it is possible that they won't hear a noise. And for some residents on Elisa Circle, they may also be protected by the topography. But for residents living at ground level, close to the outdoor courts or elevated, they are subjected to incessant pops, which are not sufficiently dampened by walls, barriers, or nearby traffic noise. You can compare the ricochet and echo effects to firecrackers. The real problem with this proposed ordinance is that it does not reduce the sound levels to a tolerable level. It does not address the many factors that make impulsive noise annoying. Impulsive noise passes through windows and walls. Residents living in proximity lose control over the sound in their own homes. This is distressing. Some residents describe, slide 2, please. Some residents describe long-term exposure to impulsive noise as torture. Chronic pickleball noise exposure may be linked to adverse health effects for nearby residents, particularly those less than 200 or 300 feet away. Distance is nature's surefire remedy to impulsive noise. Next slide, please. Our Health Advisory Board is engaged in a research project, and the early results are startling. The severity of distress, mental health, and neurological issues can be significant and potentially financially destructive for nearby property values and private ownership. I am here again tonight to ask that the city put the needs of these impacted seniors at the top of your priority, to agendize closing these courts and provide the relief that was promised in 2022. Why pass an ordinance that cannot be enforced and that will not solve a problem? Perhaps you can find a gym and set up a temporary schedule for the local players for indoor play so that they won't lose their community. If they use quiet balls, you probably won't need any sound mitigation. Quiet balls can be used by any paddle and will satisfy the needs of recreational players. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Joanna Lydiard. I'm a 40-year resident of South Laguna. I've spoken before. I am an avid pickleball player. I'm also a former tennis player,
And I know that the tennis courts were there before they were pickleball courts. And believe me, that the level of play of a tennis player now hitting a ball is quite significant. Not only that, is there is a lot more noise from, most of you will remember or will know from Wimbledon and the Australian Open that most women who play very loud. However, we came here to discuss, as I understand it, the reason for this meeting this evening is to encourage the use or to mandate the use of the quiet paddle. I'm supported by about 12 members of a small group of multinational friends. We became friends through pickleball from Moscow, from the Ukraine, from Spain, from Iran, from the United States, and me from the UK. And so we have formed a very good, firm friendship. We play about 3 times a week in the afternoons. We enjoy playing in the afternoons. We have already given up 3 afternoons of play because of the loss of days, Monday being one of them. It's closed Tuesday afternoon and Thursday afternoon. However, we do support the use of the quiet paddles. We've always used the quiet paddles. There is also an owl ball that we can now use if that becomes mandated, which is a quiet ball, and that actually plays almost the same as a regular Franklin or whatever other pickleball ball you might be wanting to play. But anyway, that's really why I'm here. I'm here to agree that we would be using the quiet paddles. We're quite happy with the mandate that that's what you have agreed to. So just want to support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Hillary Caston, and I live in North Laguna. I'm just a little confused here. We've been going at this for, I guess we're on year 2. And all I'm seeing is one side where the pickleball players have acquiesced to losing days, to spending over $24,000 on new paddles through the city. And I'm not quite sure what the gal behind me has acquiesced to. I do know that you have offered dual pane windows, which was turned down. I do know that you had offered to move certain people. You've gone ahead and you've invested in screens, so you've put in time and money, and you've put in, as a council, many, many hours. But I don't see the other side acquiescing to anything. It's just asking for more. So I'm going to ask for more. I'd like to see my hours back because, yes, it's our community. It's not just their community, it's our community. I also noticed that there's lights.
Hold on, no, you can wave your hands. We're not going to, no applause. So you can wave.
I also noticed that there's lights over at Arch Beach Heights. Should we ask for lights down there? Let's make like for like. I think we've come to the point where, as pickleball players, we've acquiesced enough. And it's time now to be recognized that this is our community, and our community has over 144 people attending Lang Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Flechal Moran, and I live in North San Diego County. I'm here tonight because I've been following these meetings since Councilmember Wallen was mayor. What do we acquiesce when we suddenly have a pickleball court built 20 feet from our home? We acquiesce having to live with our windows closed. We acquiesce not being able to garden. When I retired and I bought my house in 2017, I was exalted to know that finally, after working my whole life, that in my twilight years, I could grow roses. So I have a beautiful rose garden. I had a gazebo put outside so that I could go in it. But now I have to live with my windows closed. I cannot control the noise in my house. This is a terrible thing For me to have, and I understand, I mean, and I understand everything about, I know Carl Schmitz of USA Pickleball, I know Bob Unitix, I had a sound study done, I know about all these technical things. But tonight I'm here to talking to you about what it is to live with that type of noise. I'm a Christian. I prayed before I came here tonight because I want to have the right words. After so many years watching back and forth, why would people have to live with this kind of noise for other people's play? It's a game. They can go and play somewhere. I cannot move my home. I have to live there. I look to move. Yes, I cannot afford to move because when I retired, that was going to be the place I could afford, and I put everything in there. So I'm asking you, I hope that my words can speak to your heart and that you can feel within yourself what it must be to have people who says that we don't acquiesce anything. I acquiesce my whole life. I'm here in support of Susanna. I'm here in support of people that are affected by pickleball noise. I never thought that this would be my twilight years, ever. I'm not against sports. I work out, I'm in shape. But my workouts don't make anybody sick. It doesn't cause distress, stress. When I hear at 9 o'clock in the morning, I used to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to go to work. You know what? I want to go, I want to be able to sleep until any time I want. When I moved to this place, it's a senior citizen, noise sensitive, quiet park. We don't even allow motorcycles. We have 4 motorcycles in our community. So thank you. I hope you do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Are there any other speakers on this topic? Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ronit Goodman, and me and my family moved to Laguna Beach three and a half years ago. We have 4 children, 2 of them in the education system. One is a 10th grade, and the other is a 5th grade. As a resident, we pay high property tax, yet the services that we receive don't always reflect the investment. For example, my high schooler has a teacher who began the year with stating that students would need a private tutoring just to pass the class due to limited resources. Meanwhile, my 11 years old son must attend a water polo practice from 7 to 9 p.m. due to a pool overbooked. While we truly appreciate the recent decision to expand the pool, these challenges highlight the broader needs of accessible recreation facilities. Over the past 2 years, I have come to know the pickleball community at Lang and have found an incredible group of people who support one another in many ways. The atmosphere at Lang is entirely different than from Alta, creating a unique and welcoming environment. Pickleball has become an essential part of the community, offering people for all ages a space to stay active, connect, and build friendship. It fosters a healthy and inclusive environment for families, seniors, and young athletes alike. Closing the courts would not take away a sport. It would take away a vital gathering place that strengthens our community. I urge you to keep the pickleball court open for residents to continue and enjoy the valuable resources. Thank you for your time and consideration, Ronit. And I'm a South Laguna resident.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. I was here last time as well to share that my backyard backs up to the pickleball court. And again, I don't hear the sound from the courts. I usually have to go up there and check and see if players are playing. My front yard, though, backs up to the PCH. So anything you can do to shut down the PCH for the noise from there, that would be wonderful. Because the minute I open my windows, all I can hear is PCH. I can't hear anything from the pickleball courts. So I just don't know how it's possible to hear the pickleball courts, when if you open your window anywhere there, all you hear is PCH road noise. Also, it's a very healthy sport. It's something that I truly enjoy doing. It's out in the sun. My kids enjoy doing. So we really request you to continue to extend the hours, as we had mentioned last time, and continue the pickleball courts. We are all using the quiet pickleball paddles, even though they're not the best, but that's what we're using. So it's at least something for us to enjoy and do. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this topic? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment on this item and bring it back to council. Are there any comments from council, or is there a motion?
I'd just like to comment that I really appreciate everybody's input and feedback on this issue. I want to stay very focused on what we're looking at tonight, which is this specific ordinance to require the use of quiet paddles. And based on that, I would be happy to make the motion that we approve this ordinance.
Is there a second?
Don't we have to ask the clerk to read the title of the ordinance?
Let's have,
No?
We don't technically have to do it anymore, but
Don't?
yeah, but
Not for
Good
the
old
second
school.
reading. Not for the second reading. I did it for the first.
Oh,
But I'm
no, it's the
listening
second
to-
reading? Oh,
You
okay.
guys just want me to.
no, it's,
No, I lost track of the readings. Sorry.
so was that a second?
Yeah, it's a second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0, you voted yes, Mark?
Yes.
5-0, okay. Thanks, everyone. So now we're going to move on to the next item on the consent calendar, which is item, I think it's item,
11
no, 10.
or 10?
Yeah, Bob, I think you pulled the Laguna Beach community land here. Let's wait a second while people can exit the room. Bob, while they're doing that, Bob, do you want a staff report on this item?
No.
No? Okay, well, Jennifer's coming up anyways.
What's your name, Susan? I gotta look back at the record. Pretty good.
A lot of back there.
Totally.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think Jennifer can speak to this, but it's, I think, self-evident. We're making a move to a new consulting firm. And really the only reason I pulled this was there were some dates in the on page 2 of the staff report for community participation. And I think Jennifer has some update on those dates. I was contacted by a couple people who were questioning whether we were going to go forward with those dates or move them to new dates. So I don't have any issue with the recommended action. I just thought maybe we could clarify that for the public.
Thank you for the question. Yes, as we were moving quite quickly with transitioning consultants, there was an error in the staff report. Our in-person community engagement meetings will be on March 27th. Our virtual community engagement meetings will be on March 28th, and we will be posting an online survey shortly. There is a Community Land Trust landing page currently produced on the city's website, and we will update the location and meeting information tomorrow.
Thank you. Are there other questions from council? No? Okay, we're going to open public comment on this item. Do many members of the public want to provide comment? I see no. Okay, Mary, go ahead.
No, just a couple of questions, actually. I think at the January meeting, we found out that, or we were told that we expected to have a board that would be formed by, I think, in 6 months or something, and that this would be stood up by the end of the year. I imagine those dates have slipped now because of this consulting thing. So I was just wondering if there were any additional estimates as to when this might finally be ready to go. And kind of on a parallel path, we need to have the funds to fund this thing so that it can really be operational. And I wondered if we could get a status report on what's happening with that. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Jackie?
Hi, Mayor and City Council. Thank you to Jennifer Savage for clarifying the dates on the outreach, that they're not going to take place this week, which wouldn't really give time for people to participate. And I just would ask that the agenda report indicates that Harris and Associates has experience with the Irvine Community Land Trust. I would just ask that you understand the nature of that experience to determine if it's relevant to what you're seeking. The Irvine Community Land Trust is well known to be very unique in its formation. It was a quasi-government entity formed 2006, back when Irvine annexed the El Toro Marine Base. It's pretty atypical. It didn't have to acquire, independently its seed money or its pipeline for the first 15 years of the actual units that it's developed. It didn't convert to a nonprofit until 2017. So I understand that's a large company and that they have a lot of experience, but CLTs are pretty, they're all kind of unique and they're all pretty specific. I'm just going to make the same suggestion I made to Mayor Renagi last year when he was, I think, still on our housing committee, that there are organizations like the CLT Network and Grounded Solutions that have a lot of technical resources on there for formation of CLTs, including resources like attorneys and formation docs and those types of things. These are resources that are available. Honestly, I would volunteer to do this myself, but I can't do it until the summer because I feel like this is very much a niche thing. Nothing against this large company, but I would just ask if their experience is anything beyond just working with Irvine for its CLT, which really doesn't, again, kind of reflect what any other CLT looks like, nor how they were formed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cody Engel speaking on behalf of, as chair of the vice chair of the Housing Committee. We continue to be puzzled by the idea of engaging a consultant at all. The normal model is that it is organized legally as a 501c3, a board is recruited, and then the board, who you want to be highly invested in the process, takes charge of kind of what we're talking about with the consultant. And talking to Bob, where he said Irvine's running $500,000 a year to support, and that just isn't the way the rest of the world is in terms of our research. And the difficulty in recruiting the consultants, I think, is an indicator that not often are consultants used for this process. We have no opinion on the qualifications of the consultant proposed and so can't comment, but we are puzzled that we're spending $100K to do something that really you want. The board is going to drive this thing, and it's raising money is going to be the real deal. And if you hand a group of people a package and say, here's how you're going to do it, that ain't going to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Cody.
It's Chris Quilter again. This is a little bit of a tangential kind of a comment, but the land trust is going to be a public-private partnership. And as someone who's very interested in a land trust and what it can bring to the community, I plan to support it philanthropically. I think I've talked to other people who are very interested in something that suits our community, reflects the opportunities that are here. But we want clear signal from the council that they're going to be at least equal partners in anything that moves forward. This hard conversation to have right now with so many demands on our public purse and with a lot of issues that concern us all, like fire safety. But it feels like this is the time to move forward with this kind of project, and to see the city at least be an equal partner is very important to the people who want to contribute to the effort philanthropically. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Are there any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment on this item and bring it back to council. Jennifer, do you want to answer any of the questions that were raised? So I guess maybe the first question, is the experience with the Irvine Community Land Trust? Do we have the details of what that experience that this consultant had was with the Irvine Community Land Trust?
Yes, there's two parts. The staff from Harrison Associates did several analyses for the Irvine Community Land Trust in regards to housing development projects, most importantly, the financing piece. And then the non-Harris team are two consultants that were actually involved in the formation and the management of the Irvine Community Land Trust. Mark Estrellas, he was originally a city employee with the city of Irvine, then moved over into the executive director for the Irvine Community Land Trust, and he is on that team to provide expertise in forming and managing a community land trust off the ground. And then the other person that was involved with the community land trust in Irvine was their attorney.
Thank you. And then Cody raised the question, and maybe this is a question for the ad hoc committee, but that I think the gist of his question was, why not get a board and have the board empowered to sort of drive the effort of the formation of the land trust? Why bring in a consultant?
This question came up last time that we discussed this. Jennifer, do you want to go down what we're going to get from engaging with this consultant?
Yes, the community land trust is inherently a community effort. And so we do want to make sure that we're engaging the community in two facets, one in terms of education and one in terms of input. This new consultant has a condensed community engagement plan. If you recall, the previous consultant had several more meetings. And so we have less meetings with this consultant trying to streamline that community engagement. But it is important to make sure that our community does support the effort.
I also remember, correct me if I'm wrong, Jeremy, but originally didn't we cut this one back from the first one we had? It was 200,000 or something of that nature?
Well, that's what was originally budgeted, correct? It's today at 80,000. So yeah, we are significantly under.
And I do understand Cody's comments and concerns, and that was originally my same question as well. As well, can't we just hire an attorney and then, start to assemble the board, or at least, start to recruit. And then once it's formed, we could transition them into official board members. I'm just trying to, so there's a private way of doing things, right, and a public way of doing things. And I'm just trying to kind of shift my thinking into the public way. And it just, I guess I was convinced that this was more of a public process.
Yeah, and I think, and I talked with Cody a little bit earlier today. I mean, we're all feeling our way along on this because we haven't done a community land trust before. But, what I've experienced in the community, I mean, Cody has a sense like there's this board out there that's, ready to get going. Anytime we engage in community engagement, we get people who participate in the process who bring to the table things that you hadn't thought about, or skill sets that didn't exist previously or weren't part of the group. So I think we'll get some probably new people, interested people to participate in it. The other thing the consultant's going to do, and they're not just looking at the Irvine Community Land Trust, but other land trusts, is, an initial feasibility and financial analysis. What's it going to take anybody can file some articles of incorporation and create some bylaws, but what's it going to take to stand up an organization that is effective, right, at doing what you want it to do? So that'll be part of the process as well. Having said all that, I think Mark and I are both anxious to get to that next phase where we're actually establishing the organization and, creating contributions from philanthropists like Chris Quilter and hopefully many others, right, to make this successful. So, it's a bit of a hybrid. I don't think it's a completely private effort. I view it as, we'll see as this process unfolds. I view it as being, independent of the city, but maybe with some interrelationships that we define through the process. We have to see. I just don't know. But anyway, I think we've got a good team. Mark and I talked to the Harrison Associates, the attorney, John Getz, who I forget the name of his law firm now, but he worked with my firm for maybe 10, 15 years, very competent attorney in this affordable housing space beyond community land trust. So I think he's got a lot of good talents to bring to the table. So I think we just push ahead and move this along and get it going.
Other comments on this item? Sue?
Nope.
No, I'll just say, I mean, generally, I've spoken to the city manager a lot about this. I feel like we spend a lot of times we use consultants as a solution to achieve outcomes when consultants don't really achieve outcomes. Outcomes achieve outcomes, and sometimes we're so focused on process and a report. But I think I ultimately do agree with Cody that for this to succeed, it has to be community-based. But in this case, I think, you know, Bob and Mark, and we have, you know, Jennifer, who's excellent, have been involved in this, I think. So I'll defer to your recommendation that we move forward. So I would, you know, move the recommended action. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. Thank you. Thanks, Jennifer. The next item on our consent calendar is item 11, award a contract for historic property evaluation services. Councilmember Kempf, would you like a staff report on this item?
Yeah, speaking of consultant contracts, I just I want to highlight, we have another one. Anyway, if you just walk us through, this, there's a lot of, you know, sensitivity in the community about how homes are treated here. So I just wanted to go through in terms of what, you know, what's the intended outcome here.
Good evening. Thank you so much. We have currently over 300 properties on the city's historic register. Of those properties, there are approximately 54 that are on the register but do not have recorded historic agreements. So this effort is the consultant would be going out to these 54 properties and determining whether they still have historical significance under our current standards. So, so they will be doing those assessments, and then the second part of the objective of the project is to develop a system for evaluating permit applications to determine whether other properties that are not currently on the register may qualify as historic resources, or whether further evaluation would be required under CEQA. So this would include establishing thresholds for when additional studies, such as a historic resource assessment, would be required during the environmental review process for a development project.
Heather, are you done?
Yes, thank you.
Oh,
Sorry.
I have a question. These 54 properties, so they never signed their agreement?
Yes.
And so, so what's the mechanism? So they're not getting a tax benefit, a property tax benefit for it?
That would be a Mills Act contract.
Oh, that's a Mills Act,
So,
okay.
yes, the historic register, properties on the historic
Sorry, yeah.
register get
Got it.
incentives, though.
So, how did we identify these 54?
We have a list online of our, the properties that are on the historic register, and they all contain the date that their agreement was recorded. So these 54 do not have a date noted.
And what would happen?
So if it is determined that they are still qualify as a historic resource, then we can go forward and have the owner sign and record an agreement, which is just agreeing to keep the property in good repair.
We going to look at any other properties to make sure they're in good repair as well? Or are we just going to focus on these 54?
We're just focusing on the 54 that don't currently have the recorded agreements.
Are you pushing your button, Megan?
I was just, the idea is to do a deep dive into these 54 because the agreements are missing. They may have been signed. They may be somewhere.
Okay.
So the idea is to get a deep dive to understand like what the facts are behind them, to understand their placement on their register.
It's a cleanup.
It's a cleanup. Exactly.
Yep. Okay. That's good. Thanks, Heather.
Are the 54 commercial and residential, or all residential? I mean, does this list include, of the 300, include the commercial?
It does
historic
include
buildings?
commercial properties. I'm not clear on the 54 whether any of them are commercial. I'm not
Okay.
positive.
We'll find out. I guess the other question on this, so the first objective is pretty clear. I think it's pretty straightforward, right? The second objective, which is something we've talked about, but you know, we've got the eligible for the National Register, eligible for the state register, and then we've got that third category of discretionary historic resource. Is that the right term? So I don't know, Megan or Heather, can you talk a little bit more about, you know, we've got that standard, but what is this second objective going to do for us? I mean, it sounds like it's going to develop some systems and processes for us, but can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Councilmember Whalen, the idea is, yeah, we don't have a great system and process in place at the moment. And the idea is for this consultant to come in and help us create a uniform process for when applications come in the door, how to evaluate historicity to the extent that it's not obvious from it's not on a register. What does that mean? What does that look like? And the idea is to create effectively the appropriate, to gather the evidence that would be weighed then by the decision makers in the event that it goes forward for discretionary approval. And so right now it doesn't work that cleanly. And so we are looking for a consultant to come in and help create a clear system so that it's done consistently and systematically. Other cities successfully do this. And so we're hoping this consultant would kind of come with that knowledge to help the city.
So Megan, in the municipal code, if something, so when I go to section 25.45.006 of the, which defines the designation criteria and procedures, section B, which is designation procedures, subsection 3, one of the elements of being on the historic register is essentially recordation of a written historic preservation agreement between the city and the property owner, and it keeps going. And then it says this agreement shall be recorded with the county and will apply to any subsequent owners. So our homes that have not, so we're talking about these 54 that are on the register, but they're really not based on our code. They're not on the register because our code requires that you have a recorded document with the county to be on the register. Is that a fair characterization?
I don't know that I would go that far, Mayor. I think that the problem is more that we have messy record keeping in some scenarios. And so we're trying to determine why it's on the register. And so it may well be that a agreement was signed and we just can't find the copy of it. For example, we're trying to evaluate the history of that. Did that project get incentives? Were the incentives approved? Or concessions? Did they develop with those concessions? And it's just that the agreement is missing. So I think that this is really meant to be a look at the file and try to understand how this got placed on the register as a total cleanup item and not anything else. But I don't even know that it's fair to say that all 54 don't have signed agreements. That's to the point where the record keeping is.
But the signed agreement is one thing, but recorded with the county is another, right? Because if someone goes and buys a house right now and they look at they're worried about, okay, am I on the historic register, right? You go to the code, you read the text. Subsection 3 clearly says you have to be recorded with the county. You pull your title report, you don't see anything. Is it fair for us to be now saying, okay, you might be forced to have to record this with the county and be on the historic register when by the definition of the code you're not, because it wasn't recorded?
That's a very good point. I think that, again, it's important to look at the history of the whole project because I don't know if it's been removed or if it should have been recorded and it wasn't, or there's various scenarios. And until we know, it's just so hard to know exactly for all 54 what happened until we have someone look at it and explain it.
Okay.
And then we can evaluate what's the appropriate thing to do. But we're kind of guessing until we have someone do that.
Okay. And then I think Bob raises good points about for the second part of this, there needs to be sort of because I think there's disagreements about what it means to be a historic resource in Laguna Beach, whether it's, there's one view where it's just eligible for the state or national register. And there's another view that assigns a discretionary component to it. That's not which is allowed under CEQA. But so anyway, I think that would need to be, if we were to move forward, I think that would probably need to be addressed.
Mayor, I agree. I'm hopeful that as part of the system that this consultant recommends is to help evaluate that very specific question as to what to do with the discretionary resource. And it wouldn't be at a staff level, but rather a policy that would come back to the council.
So the consultant would help tee up basically some analysis that could be used by the council to make a policy, because it's ultimately not a consultant decision or a staff decision, it's a policy decision.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Well, the other thing that, and I agree, I think there is disagreement. It'll be a fun evening when we get to that discussion. But you know, eligible for the National Register, eligible for the state register, there's no dispute about that, right? But we don't know. So wouldn't it be as productive or important for somebody to do an analysis of those buildings in town that do meet those criteria? So we know what those are?
Let me think about how to answer that. That's a good point, Councilmember Whalen. I think that staff was trying to come up with a system that they could then bring to you as the decision makers to help provide a policy as to how to evaluate it, as opposed to staff determining to make that what could feel like a policy choice by having an RFP for an evaluation of all of the properties in the city. And so I think that's why it's set up the way it is so that staff's not making a policy call, but instead asking for help in order to inform the council to make that policy decision.
There's no policy decision with the eligible for state and national.
Correct.
That's not a policy decision. I'm just saying we don't know. So, I mean, our planning staff, if an application comes in fairness to them, they don't know.
Yeah, but
How would they know?
Don't you think, Bob, that so I think I would be okay if we just said, if you're eligible, just follow CEQA, eligible or state or national, then it would make sense to do that. But if there's consensus up on the dais to basically say, even beyond if you're eligible for the state or national register, there could be a discretionary resource, then the value of doing what you're describing wouldn't be as valuable, because you'd still have to evaluate each site for this undefined discretionary resource, right? So if there was a definition of what, so I think that's kind of the key question that has to be asked first is, what do we define as a historic resource? And
yeah, I mean, the third category is the problematic one, right? But the first two, I'm just saying, let's say an application comes in tomorrow for a commercial building on Coast Highway that, you know, is historic, or would meet the eligibility criteria for state or federal. I don't know, how does that get evaluated?
Councilmember Whalen, I think you're suggesting what we think is the first thing the consultant is going to tell staff to do, which is how to figure out those properties that are on the register. I think that is the anticipated, because those are, to your point, those aren't the discretionary historic resources. Those are historic resources as defined for CEQA purposes. That I think the anticipation is the consultant would say, staff, when you get an application, your first move should be go look at this website and cross-reference it, or whatever their recommendation is exactly. But I think that is the anticipation of staff, is that is going to be part of the process.
Well, it's not, but these aren't, it's eligible for, it's not that it's listed somewhere.
Understood. I mean,
right?
sorry.
I mean, so you have to, maybe they're going to tell, these are the criteria for state and federal, and you should evaluate these.
Heather was going to chime in with something real time.
Yeah, our one of our elements of our general plan, the historic resources element, does list numerous properties that have been determined eligible for the National Register. So those are already determined. But when a project does come forward on a property that appears to be old, or that we do have information on our file that it may have been assumed historic at some point in the past, we do reach out to our consultant and ask them to evaluate the property to determine whether they feel it is eligible for state or national register. If they say it is not, then it is up to the property owner whether they would like to move forward to be added to the local register. If they choose not to, then they can go forward with their project. So we're doing it on a case-by-case basis right now with our current consultant. And that's at the city's cost.
And then it could come forward and someone could say there's a discretionary resource involved, right? And then we're back to square one. And then they'd have to do that evaluation potentially.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, again, if
That's the
the
issue.
consultant can determine whether they feel it meets the criteria to be eligible for the local register.
I've talked to Megan quite a bit about this, and I think it's important to remember this consultant will bring a lot of ideas to the table and will shed a lot of light on a lot of these things that I think that may help us even evolve. the key for me is develop permit application systems to evaluate historical resources. And I think it's, timely now that we're going through the comprehensive code update. It makes sense that we would be going through this at the same time, and hopefully, they'll be on parallel tracks.
And so if for the first part, if the historian finds that some of these properties are not eligible for, or that shouldn't be on the register, are they going to be taken off the register? They would be, right?
On the 54,
Yeah.
Mayor, not de facto. So there'd have to be an action by the council if they were wholly errant. For example, if it's a house, the register has a house, and you go to that house and it clearly was built 10 years ago and just doesn't match up at all, then those cleanup items would also come back to council. But to explain what's happened, I anticipate that one way or the other, you will be getting a report on all 54 of these.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for staff? If not, I'm going to open this item up for public comment. So any members of the public can weigh in at this time.
Weighing in, count me confused, and you're probably somewhat confused. This has nothing to do with the that thing we drove a stake through its heart, the inventory. This historic inventory, is that what we're talking about now? It's not what we're talking about. That's very reassuring. The other question I have is, I'm in a 100-year-old house. I was on the inventory. We drove a stake through its heart. If I do something with my house, what will I be subject to? Am I on this list? I don't know that I'm on this list. I certainly never signed anything, but I was told I knew what the age of my house was when I bought it. The other thing, of course, is where does the Heritage Committee factor into this in any way, shape, or form? Because we've had multiple interesting lawsuits in this town around CEQA historical issues. Kirby House was one. And I think the one that Michael Ray's house was a hot mess I'd love to know what happened. I've asked people and they can't tell me. So it was, it's very confusing. And I would say that the CEQA historical issue for most of the people involved in it is intensely subjective. That said, best practices and data, does that sound familiar, at least to our mayor? Those are his hallmarks. I agree that best practices and good data can only help clarify what I don't think is ever going to be a very clear situation. Good luck.
Thank you. Any other members of the public want to provide public comment on this item? No? Okay, well then we'll close public comment. We'll bring it back to the city council. Who wants to start?
I don't have anything further on it.
I understand what Chris is saying, but I do think that this will provide clarity and make the process more predictable.
Did you want to make a motion?
I can move the recommended action.
Second.
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? No. 4-1. Okay. Item, do we need a break, council?
Before you break, just a cleanup item, number 14 is the first reading, and so it was approved on consent, but I'd like to go ahead and read the title just because, if
And
that's
do we
okay
need to
with
do that legally for the first reading?
The law changed.
So let's apply the new
So the new law is that if it's published on the agenda and the ordinance is available, a copy of the ordinance is available both in print and on the website, which it is, then you no longer need to do a first reading. We've been doing it as practice just to be clear about what's being adopted. And so that's the idea with the first reading, doing the title, but technically you do not have to do that anymore.
Okay, I don't think we need a first reading unless there's somebody who wants to overrule the decision of the chair. Okay, let's not do a first reading.
All right. I like this, Mayor.
Okay. Should we do a 5-minute break, council? Okay, let's do it. Let's do maybe a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 6:57. No, my mic's not on.
My mic is on.
Can you hear me? Okay, yeah. Could everyone please take your seats? Let's bring the meeting back to order. Okay. Are you good? You need more time? Okay. Okay, so we have the first item of our regular business, item 15, 2024 Housing Element Annual Progress Report. And so I have a conflict of interest related to my previous employment within the last year at Related California, and then the city manager also has a conflict of interest related to the related to the location of his residence. And so, the city attorney, do you want to give a high level overview of how we're going to consider this item to avoid to split this up to avoid any conflicts of interest?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Part of this item includes a request for council direction related to the procurement of consultant services to rezone residentially zoned, institutionally owned properties in conducting the necessary environmental review. One of those sites that's identified in the housing element for that purpose is NCC, which the mayor and the city manager just identified their conflicts on. The FPPC regulations allows for a process called segmentation, which allows for a decision to be broken down into separate decisions when they are not inextricably interrelated, such that the decision giving rise to the conflict can be isolated. And so we've asked, and Jennifer has graciously agreed to break her staff presentation into two pieces. She's going to give the staff presentation on everything that's not related to the rezoning. And then we will take public comment on that. And then we'll ask the city manager and the mayor to leave the dais. And then she'll finish her staff presentation on the rezoning component. And we will take public comment on that. And then the council will make the decision on the rezoning piece. And once that's done, then the mayor and the city manager can come back in the room to complete the item. So that is the process.
Okay. That sounds good. So we're going to start. Jennifer, do you want to provide a staff report?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jennifer Savage, Housing Program Coordinator. The item before you this evening is the Annual Progress Report, or APR. The item is typically on the consent calendar, but there were a couple of items that I felt in my position as Housing Program Coordinator, I needed to bring to the attention of the City Council. So you'll see some basic stuff that you normally see in the APR, and then I'll highlight a couple of other programs. So first, the purpose of the Annual Progress Report is to track our progress on housing production and policy implementation, namely the housing programs in the housing element. It is required by state law, and it provides a way to provide transparency and accountability in meeting those goals. So the key findings of this year's or last year's APR are in terms of housing units. We have made significant progress in permitting housing units. 71 were completed, which means people can actually move in. 44 entitlements are in progress, and we issued 119 building permits. Most of that is from accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, and we have seen significant increases since state laws continue to change to make it more permissible for ADU construction. The next slide shows how that it has progressed. So we continue to receive a large amount of applications highlighted by the green bars, and our number of ADUs that we're permitting or finaling so people can move in continues to increase as well. Our RHNA, or Regional Housing Needs Assessment, target is 394 units total. And the progress as of 2024 is we've gone beyond our target of 117 above moderate units, and we have yet to make progress on any of our affordable units. An important note is the city's not responsible for building the housing units, but we do need to provide an environment that would facilitate the development. In terms of program implementation updates, we did provide a first biannual housing program update in October 2024 to the City Council, where we highlighted a number of programs that we've made significant progress on. That's included in your agenda packet. And then a few others we wanted to highlight were legalization. We've legalized 18 ADUs since the start of this RENA cycle, October 2021. Our goal in the housing element is 20, so we're very close. Similarly, the senior home repair program administered by LB Seniors, who we celebrated earlier this evening, has assisted 18 senior households since 2020. Our goal in the housing element is 20, so we're also very close there. Of note, LB Seniors has requested additional funding to continue that program, and they've also requested that the project cap increase to reflect the increase in construction costs. And staff will ask for City Council direction on that later. Some highlighted programs in the housing element, we have 5 required programs. Required programs are those programs that HCD is particularly interested in the city implementing to show significant progress in the housing element. Those include monitoring the site inventory, expediting affordable housing applications, and facilitating ADU development. Mentioned earlier, we're doing quite well on the ADU development. And with that, I will highlight the City Council recommended actions. That includes receiving and filing the 2024 Housing Element APR, providing direction for the senior home repair program modifications, and direction that any additional housing program updates are provided on an as-needed basis as opposed to biannual updates, and finding that those recommended actions do not qualify as a project pursuant to CEQA. This concludes staff's first part of the presentation.
Jennifer, thank you for the good presentation. There's a recommendation about staff suggests updating the income requirements for qualifying participants for the senior home repair program. So it looks like from what I'm reading, the current, it requires for the 2020 income limits is the update just to make it whatever the year is?
Correct. We would want to update those income limits as they increase every year.
So then you don't have to come back going forward if we do that. Okay, got it. So it's not like you're going to say, oh, it should be for, only very low, or it's not changing the policy, it's just updating it.
The income limit, yes.
Yeah, based on the year. Got it. Are there any other questions from the council? Seeing,
just one. Jennifer, I asked you this, I think, at the Housing and Human Services Committee meeting, but if the city were to acquire or facilitate the acquisition of the Artist Work Live projects that we're looking at in the Canyon, would any of those count possibly towards our affordable housing count?
Possibly. Right now, there's one permitted residential unit between both properties. And so if the property, a community land trust, the city were to obtain the proper permits, a conditional use permit, and then the building permits to convert those to residential, those do count towards the units. And then if they're deed restricted to be affordable at any affordable level, those would count towards the affordable units.
Other questions?
So is the home repair program, so I worked on that, well, I don't know, we did it 2018 or 19. I did it with Ann Johnson at the time. She was on the planning commission. So is it out of money, the fund out of money now?
Yes, they have remaining fund balance that would cover less than 2 projects right now.
Okay. Thank you.
So 20 is they're the goal that's in the housing element, but they're going to go beyond that?
Correct.
And if the council agrees to fund that program up, would that money come from the housing fund?
Not at this time. If the direction from City Council is to explore modifying that program, staff would come back with funding opportunities.
Okay, but why wouldn't it be from the housing fund as opposed to?
The housing fund at this time are earmarked for other efforts.
But does that mean, what does that mean really? That just means that we're allocating money somewhere else rather than putting it in the fund for rehabbing houses for all seniors.
If I understand your
So why
question-
can't we use the housing fund?
So the senior housing program was previously funded by the inclusionary in lieu fee, and those funds at this time have been committed to the local housing trust fund application.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Jennifer, though, if the council were to direct this, it would apply to July 1st onward to be the part of the next budget action. So we would come back with alternatives to provide funding for it.
If that is the will of the council, yes.
So I apologize, I'm not clear. It says one of the recommended actions is to modifications to the senior home repair program. Is there somewhere where those are summarized?
No, given that there is a budgetary impact, we would ask for direction, guidance from the city council, whether there's interest to make those modifications, and we'd come back with the formal request for modifications.
I get that, but what am I asking you to modify? I mean, if I'm giving you direction, what am I asking you to modify? That's what I'm not understanding.
Thank you. There's 3 components. One is finding funding to fund the program further. 2 is to change the project limit from $5,000 per project to $6,000 per project. And then the third thing is to update the income limits to adjust to incorporate all of the affordable income limits.
Other questions? We'll take public comments on anything that's not related to the institutional zoning question. Cody?
Are we ready to go? Okay. And by the way, my earpods are hearing aids. The housing element report, which is fine work by Jennifer and by Anthony and his team, reflects a real progress in setting up what's possible. And when you go through it and look at the detail, it's really kind of exciting that we can do stuff that we couldn't do before, but that's an ongoing process. But in the stars are the ADUs. That chart that Jennifer showed you, she kind of jokingly refers to the Cody chart, because I've been very excited about ADUs. And that's real progress. And we did a survey about 18 months ago. It was a limited survey, but came back that somewhere between 30 and 40% of the ADUs seem to be used as independent housing. In other words, it's being used by someone who would otherwise have to occupy a residence. So there is encouraging progress on they're actually not just room additions, they're actually being used as housing units. We don't know for sure how many actually are. The trouble is we've made no progress on affordable. And that's where the rubber hits the road. You'll have before you the 44 units, and as Bill Whitty said, this location is as perfect for affordable housing as you can imagine. It's looking like the state matching grant is not going to happen, but the council put up $2.5 million to match, and let's not just walk away from it since we didn't get the matching funds. We need to get this project done. And in terms of the artist's work, that's an opportunity to create affordable by designating some of the units as affordable and with income limits. And the question is funding. Now, there's been a commitment to fund the housing fund with excess real estate taxes, of which you've got $1.3 million this year. And yet the current budget doesn't show that, but I believe there was a resolution to that effect that funding would be given. It's important to actually, we're called to do 190 affordable units. With the work we're doing, we're getting naturally affordable small units. And with the second floor zoning, I think there's a real opportunity to actually increase housing units but to get real affordable units is going to take some money. And my one comment, I would ask you that you not waive the biannual report. That's an important report for the Housing Committee. So, and we don't have the power to ask for it. So we appreciate the council to continue to have that item in the requirements.
Thank you.
I don't have insider information on the senior housing repair program, but I was on the committee that with Ann Johnson and Chris Thalman that made that recommendation to the council, and it got through the system eventually. It's a really good program. It's a small program. It has small numbers. I think the only question in my mind was, I believe that $100,000 is a capability. In other words, they can draw on that. It's not a requirement. It's not a straightforward grant of $100,000 to anyone. Most of that money goes to Housing for Humanity that has been doing most of the work, and I think still has that relationship. The other issue that I think has potential, don't know how much potential, is a ADU amnesty program. I'm glad to see my friend Ann Christoph, because she goes back to the time in South Laguna when ADU amnesty was a hot button issue, when the county required South Laguna to choose a dancing partner, and they chose Laguna. There were a lot of unpermitted units down there. It led to a fabulous lawsuit. And so we don't know how many units are out there, but I think they need to be brought into the sunshine, and an ADU amnesty program with some new state laws that are out there has a lot of potential. And I don't think at any great cost. I think what the city might want to do in the fullness of time is incentivize the program by not attaching a lot of cost to it. For me, it's a safety issue and a fire issue. Many of the unpermitted ADUs are old, and we just don't know what kind of condition they're in. And I don't think we should settle for that. I think that's an issue we need to be mindful of. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on the non-institutional zoning component of this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment on this item, and I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Orgill to take over.
Thank you, Mayor. So you might have to help me out here, Megan. So we're going to address the institutional zoning portion of this, and then we'll have a presentation on just that part from Jennifer. And then we'll have comments. Thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So some challenges that we've identified based on this annual progress report is from those required housing programs that I mentioned a few minutes ago. One of those is rezoning residentially zoned institutional properties. This is a required program in our housing element. It explains institutional properties as those that are city-owned properties, schools, hospitals, religious institutions. It's required to facilitate development for affordable housing. And staff took the liberty through a SCAD grant, so free money, if you will, to procure an opportunities and constraints analysis. And the reason that we did this is that we were looking for ways to save the city money. As you may know, environmental review, particularly environmental impact reports or EIRs, are quite expensive. And to undertake the rezoning effort for these properties would require an EIR. That opportunity and constraints analysis is included as an attachment to your report. There is an error. The grant money that was available didn't cover modifying this error. So I did just want to identify that several of the properties are considered kicked out of qualifying for certain streamlining provisions because of being in the NCCP. But it's not quite correct. They're kicked out if they're identified for conservation. So as a really easy example, not that we're doing anything with City Hall right now, but just to use as an easy example, City Hall, if that was a site for affordable housing, it would not be kicked out because this site is not designated for conservation, even though we were studied within the larger Orange County NCCP. What that opportunity and constraints analysis does provide is an exercise to see, are there any opportunities to streamline the environmental review process for the rezoning effort and save the city money? And it did conclude that there are none at this time. So that would require an EIR. The reason I'm bringing it to City Council right now is it is a required program. There is a cost to it. And although staff would consistently monitor grant opportunities to cover that cost, there are none available today. So just something to plan on moving forward. And with that is the last recommendation that I did not include while the mayor was here, and that is providing direction for moving forward with consulting services for the rezoning and environmental review. This concludes staff's second portion of the report.
Council comments?
So do we have an inventory of how many properties are fit that category of residentially zoned?
Not a complete inventory. We did, however, inventory the religious institution properties. There are 18 that we counted, and 11 of those are currently zoned residential. So they would have to be modified to allow multifamily affordable housing.
And this is required by state law?
It's required through our housing element.
Okay, so this consultant would inventory, well, you know of 18, would they conduct a complete inventory?
Correct.
Throughout the city? Okay. And I think I asked you this at the Housing and Human Services Committee. What, can you explain this would be overlay zoning? Because certain property owners may say, I like my R1 zoning. I don't want to be institutional, right?
Great question. So in the housing element and even in this presentation, we call it rezoning. But what most jurisdictions do with projects of this type, they do an overlay zone. So you maintain your underlying zone, you put an overlay on top of it, so you can do both. The underlying zone would remain, whether that's residential, R1, R2, and then on top of that is an overlay that would permit you to choose if you wanted to do multifamily.
Any other council comments? Yes. Are there any public comments on this matter?
This is above my pay grade, but what I don't understand is why we can't break it up into, if the Methodist Church is interested in doing it, we do the work, we overlay for them. And I guess if I'm understanding, Jennifer, the housing element is requiring us to do all 18? Huh? Oh, she can't answer me. With that, all right, I posed that question. Sorry.
We'll have her answer after you're done.
Have her answer, sorry.
Because this is serious. I haven't heard what the dollars are, but I guess it's serious money, which we ain't got. And so that's my question is why can't we do it piecemeal?
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, we'll bring it back to council. Do you want to answer that question, Jennifer?
Yes, certainly if we had some interest from properties to rezone, we could. And in terms of piecemealing it to satisfy this program, it's unlikely that HCD would be satisfied with piecemealing individual properties to satisfy the program that requires all properties to be rezoned.
Any guess on he mentioned the financial component?
Yes, with a huge asterisk that it is a guess. So maybe 300 grand, 350 to do an EIR.
Thank you.
So you say it's not mandated by state law, but why would we have done this in the housing element if it wasn't mandated by state law?
When we produce the housing programs for the housing element, HCD is looking for ways that the city can facilitate affordable housing development. I apologize for not being here when we went through this particular housing element cycle. But what I can assume is that the HCD saw this as an opportunity in our particular community that's built out, that institutional uses may have more property that could be redeveloped into affordable housing.
Yeah, I'm surmising, I don't know if it's in there now, we'd have to go through an amendment, we'd have to go through his HCD ringer, we're not going to do that, but it would be interesting to know why, I assume it got in there because HCD required it, but that's just lost in the mist of time, I guess.
Any other comments?
Bear with me because I'm trying to get up to speed on all this. If I understand correctly, what you're looking for, and you can just share whatever information you have. We're looking for a consultant to look at the zoned residential that could be rezoned in addition to these 18 sites that are listed in this staff report, which are the religious site.
Correct.
Okay. And we don't have a cost for that consultant yet, obviously. So in terms of process, at some point, will you come back to us and say, okay, we found a consultant, here's the scope of work, here's what they're actually going to do, and here's what it's going to cost us?
Yes, there are two options to pursue. If the city council does direct staff to pursue this required housing element program, we could develop an RFP, issue the RFP and see what costs we receive back. Or we can prepare for what our estimate is and start to budget in certain budget cycles so that we can save up for enough money to procure that consultant.
Okay, thank you.
Anything, Sue?
No, I don't want to spend $300,000 for this. It's ridiculous.
I mean, we can ask the question. I would assume the alternative would be to try to amend the element and eliminate the requirement. And Megan might have some, I don't think that would fare very well with HCD.
That, Councilmember Whalen, is your alternative to this realistically. If you don't do it, you have a different battle with HCD. They have the ability to decertify your housing element, so you certainly don't want to go down that route. I wasn't here either when you passed the housing element, but I understand that there wasn't rezoning at the time for some reason, which is in the 6 element housing cycle, incredibly unique. Every city had to do the rezoning at the time. And so I'm not sure exactly what happened here, but it seems like they let you defer effectively your rezoning. That's why you probably heard a lot about the builder's remedy in the last. Those cities were stuck in the process of trying to rezone their properties and they couldn't get their housing elements certified. And so I think it's fairly unlikely that HCD is going to let you amend your housing element to avoid a rezoning.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, Megan, where do I want to go from here?
If there's no other comments, you can take a vote on this. It's deliberations and a vote if there's no further comments.
All right, so we're just voting on
Just
on 2A.
Just on 2A, correct. It's segmented to not, so the NCC site is specifically going on right now, and then the rest of the item would not be specifically about that site.
And just one more question, maybe for Jen. So this just has to be accomplished before the end of this cycle, which is 2029?
That is the end of the cycle. Our housing element has a target timeline of January 2025 to complete this program.
Well, okay, 2025? So we're already late?
Correct.
Well, that's our own timeline.
It is a target timeline. It's not a hard timeline, but we do, Staff would recommend that we show forward progress on the program.
It'd be nice if we could, I don't know, it's maybe too long to stretch it out, but it'd be nice if we could, I don't know, take a few months and issue an RFP and then start it not in the next fiscal year, but in July 1, 2027.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Could we, will that fly, Megan?
And
I know it's a little questionable.
I think HCD is going to be looking for you to deliver on your housing element implementation programs and policies. And so I don't know how long they would let you go on with deferring. To Jennifer's point, I think that they will be looking for forward progress. But I don't know if we've had specific conversations with HCD yet about timeline or anything.
No, no conversations about timeline. Staff did have a conversation with HCD if the program was still necessary, given that several of these properties are religious institutions and SB4 was adopted. HCD staff that said that the program would still be required. And then separate from that, I do just want to add that staff is not asking for that price tonight, that dollar amount tonight. We would go out and see if we could seek grants first and foremost, but most importantly, just raising the issue for City Council.
Megan, would HCD consider the fact that we got approval through the Coastal Commission for second-story housing? Would they consider that progress?
Yes, Councilmember Kempf. I certainly think that they will see that as progress. I think it's the housing element just has like a bunch of boxes you have to check. And so they're looking for us to check all those boxes before the completion of the housing element cycle. And so I don't know that they're going to find it sufficient. I think is probably that we did that, but haven't done these rezonings if we don't start to move forward on them.
Well, how about this? What if we direct staff to begin the process of to procure consultant services? That would have to come back to us, right, as an RFP? So bring that back later this fiscal year with the intent that we'll award it early in the next fiscal year because it's going to be funded from next fiscal year revenues anyway, unless we get a grant. So I would
Well, Jennifer, what was your intention when to bring this back, the RFP?
We did not have a timeline for that.
So we just want to follow the timeline that you recommended?
Yeah, I think we just give direction to staff to work on preparing an RFP to come back to us for these consultant services later this fiscal year with direction to, present it to us for award in fiscal year 25, 26.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. I take it that was Jeremy going to get Alex.
Okay, so we'll now take if there any comments on the non-institutional item.
I have a question for you, Jennifer. Can you talk a little bit about why you'd like to, it's my understanding you'd like to shift the annual progress report to on an as-needed basis rather than on an annual basis? Am I understanding that correctly?
Thank you for that question. And we would come back to City Council on an annual basis for the annual progress report.
Okay.
However, there was a request from Council in previous years or previous year to come back to Council twice a year for a housing programs update. We've only done that once, October 2024.
And so what you're proposing is that we roll back from that, just go back to the annual report and then on an as-needed basis.
Correct.
And your thinking in that is just a matter of efficiency and staff time.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So on the modifying the senior home repair program, and you're wanting direction on that, when would that come back? What would come back to us, and when would that occur?
It is likely with the fiscal impact that it would come back towards the fiscal budget, June or July, along with the proposed modifications to the program.
Okay.
Other comments or questions? Is there a motion?
I would move the recommended actions on, I guess it would be 1, 2B, 2C, and 3. But when this item is brought back to us, that we have a good breakdown of the housing trust fund and what it's programmed for, and the housing in lieu fund and what it's programmed for, all our housing revenues that are on the budgeted sheet, so we can understand that.
What was the $1.3 million Cody referred to? Where was that? I don't know, what was that?
That was from our housing in lieu fund and our housing funds.
Okay, so that's accurate.
There's
Didn't you say it was $1.3 million?
Well, we're going to be, on the mid-year budget, we're going to be talking about that,
Okay,
because the proposal is to eliminate that for this fiscal year. So,
I'm not questioning your veracity, Cody.
yeah, no, Cody's right, but it's up for discussion on item, whatever that next item is.
So I think, Bob, you made a motion.
I made a motion.
Did somebody,
Second.
someone, okay, Mark seconded it. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. So now we'll take regular business item 16, which is the Community and Recreation Center interim use plan update. Michael Litchi, or no, Alexis Braun will be providing a staff report. And Tierney, and good work on the Patriots Day parade, by the way. Thank you for that.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Alexis Braun, Recreation Manager, and with me this evening is Tierney Doran, Recreation Supervisor. The item before you tonight is the Community and Recreation Center Interim Use Plan Update. Okay, the Community and Recreation Center, known as the CRC, has been open to the public since April 2023. The city took ownership of the property in January of 2023. Then the Transit Community Services conducted open house tours for the public in February. And then officially in April, we started operating in accordance with the council approved interim plan, including some recreation programming in the gymnasium, the outdoor field, classrooms, temporary skate ramps were installed in the courtyard, and then administrative uses by the public safety departments. Then in 2024, the city increased some additional programming and rentals. And then just this past December, staff came back to the council for additional uses of the facility, such as the chapel space is now available for rentals, eliminating the TUP requirement for large groups, just acknowledging that there are currently only approximately 40 parking spaces available. The stage has been available to groups for rental with sharing with the gym space, and the formal library is now available for public rentals on the second floor.
We have a variety of recreation classes. One of the beauties of the CRC that's a real strength is that it provides the opportunity for unique programming that we previously did not have space to accommodate, including things like youth gymnastics, ceramics classes. The art room in the school did come with a kiln that we've been very excited about. Indoor pickleball, drop-in basketball, and volleyball have been very popular programs. So these have been unique things that we would not otherwise have been able to accommodate with our existing recreation amenities. And the goal of the interim use plan when we first opened in 2023 was to maximize programming using the site as is, making as few changes as possible, doing as much as we could. One of the big strengths specifically has been summer camps. We started in 2023 with 7 camps that we offered. Fast forward to this year, we've got 43 camps planned on site. Last year, at any given time during the summer, we had at least 60 kids on site just for summer camps, and we still had all of the regular recreation programming happening at that same time. To reduce parking constraints on the neighborhood, we did staggered drop-off times for the camps when possible. We also did a drop-off drive-through system. I felt like I was in a school parking lot, getting kids out of the car, making sure they had their backpack, some of them making sure they had their shoes on, getting them into their classes and started. And then we did the same thing once the camps ended. So parents really appreciated the efficiency of that system. They didn't have to get out of the car and walk their kids into the room. It was a really good way to use the site as is. And like I said, at least 60 kids there at any given time was a pretty good utilization of the space available to us. Moving into the parking impacts, currently we can accommodate up to 42 vehicles on site. We do have some additional spaces that were added just for recreation staff. So those 42 spaces are purely for our program participants. To monitor this, we compare the headcount on all of our program rosters so we know how many people we're expecting to see. And then we go and count how many cars and compare. That's how we know what our peak use times are and try to stagger our start times accordingly so that we don't have too many people on site, make sure that everybody can get to the class that they've registered and paid for. We've got about 39,400 square feet. That's double the amount of space at the Suzy Q with less parking. So we're doing a lot with the space that we've got available. And so the potential site uses that we're here to discuss tonight include a fitness center, an open art studio program, and additional parking. The fitness center would use 3 classrooms in the former middle school building. That's the southernmost building on the site. Alexis will talk more about that in a little bit. We'd also like to sort of deck out the art room that we have there to make it available as a drop-in program for members of the public, local artists to come in and use the space. We've got a lot of great resources there. We'd like to find ways that are more passive use instead of just the scheduled recreation programs to get people in there through the door. And then we'd also like to discuss converting the grass field to accommodate additional vehicle parking. These are all non-permanent additions that can be done separate from the facilities master plan. And these are based on recreation committee and community feedback that we've received.
So this next slide shows the fitness center, very conceptual layout, utilizing the former middle school classroom. There are 3, there's the art room, and then 3 classrooms in the science room. So this would be taken to visualize the middle area. And the first room proposed is a cardio room, just to have it where everybody would have the cardio machines. The middle room would be the strength room with some weights. And then the third room would be more just like a functional stretch room, body weight. And that just, I mean, this is very conceptual at this time, and it would be available to the community as a drop-in fee program or potentially an annual membership, whatever direction the council would be interested in. A lot of parents that have children that say are in the volleyball program have also expressed interest as a way that then they would have an opportunity to work out while their kids are doing a recreation program through the city. And this next slide is the parking plan as well as the proposed layout utilizing the current field that is at the site. And it is gravel. It is, so it's very temporary in nature. It is on the field. The grass field area has not been as popular as we would have thought with the younger sports user groups. So this site, then this could still accommodate large meetings and groups as well as continue the recreation program and not having to cancel one or the other to be able to accommodate. So this proposed layout would give the site an additional 65 spaces. So the recommendations this evening are to receive and file the Community and Recreation Center interim use update, direct transit and community services staff to pursue appropriate permitting process to create the art room as an artist workspace, direct Public Works to pursue appropriate permitting process to convert a portion of the grass field to additional parking spaces and appropriate $150,000 from the Parking and Transit Fund. Offer further direction as to whether to convert the CRC classroom space for a community fitness center and find the action not a project under the California Environmental Quality Act, or in the alternative is exempt pursuant to state CEQA guidelines section 15301. So Tierney and I are available to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
How many rooms are committed to either city use or programs?
Of the 11 classrooms, and this is just classrooms, not the other office space, gym, library, chapel. Right now, we've got 3 of them that are designated for staff use. Those are our public safety departments. We've got 2 that are sort of earmarked for the EOC that the fire department uses for some of their trainings and meetings. And then there's another classroom that the police department has been using for ongoing investigation work right now. So the remainder are available for either rentals or recreation programs interchangeably.
So that's
Is the
5?
south, is the south 5? That's what she's asking.
I think that would be 6 that are remaining available.
Is the south building, remind me, 2-story?
It's 1 story. It's got 5 classrooms. The 3 in the middle are the ones that we had looked at for the fitness center, and they have interconnecting doors.
Has there been much interest in the chapel?
Some. We do have some weddings on the books for this year already. We've got one under our belt. We've got some recreation classes that had expressed interest in maybe holding smaller workshops in the space. And then it's been discussed for rentals as well.
How are we advertising it?
Right now it's on the city website. I've been working with wedding venue websites to get it listed there. There's just a little bit of the approvals process to be listed as a venue on those vendor pages. And then we're looking at social media as well to really advertise it to the local community.
So I know that you've been approached to see if we can accommodate musicians, a music room, I guess, and it seems like there were some challenges. Is there any way we could evaluate that a little further just to see if we can accommodate some of the...
Any of the classrooms would be available for musicians. The music room is, I think, a little bit of a misnomer. There are no instruments in there anymore, and there's no soundproofing that we would have expected to see in a music room. So I think really the constraint has been finding a room that's protected from other ambient noise to be used as a practice space.
Okay,
But
great.
we
Thank
certainly
you.
have options available.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks for the report. This is helpful and good information. Glad to hear the summer's going to be busy down there. A couple of questions. There was one reference in here, the dance. Did you consider dance rooms at all?
We did. That's something that we could either pursue as part of the fitness center, the third sort of mat flexible space room we could use as a dance room, or if council wishes, we could also explore converting the floors in some of the other classrooms to be a dance floor. What we found is that would likely need to be a wood floor. We're not quite sure of the cost at this point, but if that's the wish of the council, we can certainly look into it.
Okay. And then the recommended action had converting a portion of the field. The diagram looks pretty all-consuming of the field. I mean, when we say a portion, what do you have in mind? Is it basically all of it?
The proposal does show all of the field. If you are interested in only a portion, Public Works just needs to know the amount of spaces, additional spaces the council would like to do, and then we could revise that accordingly.
Well, do you foresee, obviously there's need for parking, so I get that, and that's important, but do you foresee any use for a portion of the field?
Right. The field, probably the biggest holdback of the field right now is the size of it being too small for sanctioned games and for some of the sports organizations. So making it any smaller, having a smaller field likely would just be more for the dogs in the neighborhood, that like to go for walks there and use it. But in terms of the sports group, any smaller, it wouldn't be too feasible.
And did you mention it would be, the proposed solution is just gravel?
Yes, that's correct.
That's the plan. Okay. The other questions I have aren't really directly on the items that you're proposing, which I think I'm supportive of generally. But, we've got the EOC there proposed to go in there that's been kicking around for a while now. There's been discussion about getting a generator at that location for backup on the EOC. There's been direction from council earlier to get a cell tower in there to help not only that location, but to help the neighborhood generally around there. I see Tom and Mark back there, but is there any update on any of that stuff?
Yes, so I can provide an update on the transfer switch and generator in the EOC. So this current year's capital improvement program included funding for the transfer switch. So we have the design is I'll say 90% complete. So we're finalizing that, getting it ready to put out to bid. So that would include installation of the transfer switch and purchase of a portable generator. So that piece is in the works. And so the plan was to have that in first before we did EOC improvements. And there's also a pot of money set aside for the EOC. So purchase of furniture, electronic equipment, and things of that nature. So that would be following the installation of the transfer switch.
So Tom, I'm not trying to hold you to a specific date, but can you give me a rough order of magnitude as to when the transfer switch might be in and the generator set to go so we could outfit the EOC?
Yeah, I think that it's looking probably timing would coincide right around summer if we put that out to bid and get it going. I anticipate getting the physical construction work done. Being fairly straightforward, the procurement of the generator may be a long lead item.
And then I don't know if this is your department or not. I know Gavin's done some work on it over time, but the cell tower potential, we're looking at that for other reasons, public safety reasons, but has there been any progress on that?
I'll point at Gavin.
Okay, I'll take that one. Mayor Rayland, so we did reach out to a number of carriers, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, trying to see if there was any interest in putting, not necessarily a tower, but some cell service in that area. We didn't get a lot of response, and really because the cost to implement or put in one of those is obviously expensive, and it doesn't service a big area. They're more on Coast Highway. What we did do is, because of that, we did install cell boosters to try to capture the cell from all the carriers, the coverage area they have out there. So to capture that, all their signal coming from Coast Highway and bring it back into the facility. So it's been, it's obviously not as good as a cell tower from a carrier. It doesn't help necessarily the neighborhood, but it does provide some good, cell service in the kind of footprint of the building itself. So we did try to outreach. We just didn't get a lot of response from the carriers. Just the cost was, I think, too excessive for them for what they were covering in that small area.
Okay, thank you. We can deal with that in our wildfire subcommittee.
Other questions on this item? Hallie?
Yeah, thank you. Really helpful. I agree with the city manager's comment about, are we, hurting our own businesses by opening up a fitness center? And I'm wondering if you guys have thought at all about cost and amenities and how we would be providing a resource that is not in competition with our local gyms.
we have researched and gotten quotes for just the small scale gym. And one thing that would be different is at least at opening, we would not offer personal training. We would not offer different fitness classes that would compete with such of those, that are already being offered in the community. This is just something that the community and recreation committee and things have been coming, to us of things that they want that is, more affordable, kind of just a drop-in program, like a drop-in lap swim reservation or basketball and things like that. So it was not intended to be some huge, gym. It was just just almost like they used to just, they kind of described it as a hotel when you check in and out. And so, yeah, the goal would, definitely we would not want to compete or take away business from any of our local businesses. And there would be ongoing maintenance that would be an accrued cost that we would have to consider as well.
But it sounds like one of the goals would be to keep it very affordable.
Yes, very, very affordable, just a very minimal drop-in fee. And, you wouldn't have to become a member.
Right.
You potentially could, we were looking at so much like how we do the community pool memberships.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Other questions?
One more. Is there any way that it could be put on the second floor of the middle building, or I'm just wondering?
When actually, ironically, when staff did originally look into it, the library or some of the second floor buildings were what we had proposed initially. And some of the vendors did recommend just being on the ground floor if somebody were to drop a weight and, just for basic, but that is something we can still continue to explore if you guys do want to move forward with this.
And I understand, it'd be preferable to have it on the ground floor because of that very reason. I just know that there are some other uses that are competing that are going to require being on the ground floor. So I just thought I would ask. And I did remember when I toured the potential site, and one of you all told me that one of the number one requests we get was for a gym. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. And it really started even pre-2020. That was something that had the public had interest in a community gym and didn't really kind of look into it much after COVID. And then it's been one of the most probably requested items that our department's been receiving lately.
And it exceeded the request even beyond the pool, I think is what you mentioned.
For the users of the community and recreation center, potentially. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Other questions? Is there public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. I'll bring this back to council. Any questions or comments? So for the gym, could we hypothetically just do some sort of a request for interest to local gyms out there, and then have come up with some sort of an arrangement where they could come in and buy the equipment and run it at, just see what the ideas are out there instead of having us do it? Is that something that you guys have thought about? Like a public-private partnership, just where it maybe minimizes our upfront costs and it brings someone who's an expert in. And I guess I don't want to be prescriptive, but I just want to raise that as an idea of maybe an easier a solution that could achieve our goals here in a more cost-effective way. Because you guys, I just want to say, off topic a little bit, but your department, you guys do such good work. I hear it consistently, such great things about literally all of you. And so I just want to thank you for that. And it's unrelated to the item at hand, so I'm going off topic, but I just want to say that because I don't think you get enough credit for all the work that you guys do and the grace and the compassion that you show community members. I was at the baseball game and this was brought up. So anyway, but is that an idea that you guys could maybe look into? It could maybe make your lives easier as a public-private partnership involving this.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And definitely that is something we can look into, and we have internally discussed it. The main thing would be just being able to keep the cost down to the resident because as an affordable option. But we could look into some type of long-term lease that would provide to the community. So yeah, that's a great idea. Thank you.
I think it, it's always good to look at those potentials, but it's going to drive up the cost because you're going to have an operator looking to make a profit. I mean, they're going to fund the cost of all these machines, and then they're going to want to make money because they're paying a lease payment and they're in the business of making money. So, I'm concerned about
Yeah.
the cost of it as opposed to, hey, you just show up at the high school, you know, and you do some weightlifting. And here we can provide this service on a very affordable basis down there. So I'm open to looking at both, but I would want to see comparatives.
Yeah. I think if there's no rent, it might work out where the person can actually make money and do it at a lower cost. So if that's an opportunity, we should explore it, because I think we need to not, anyways, that's my suggestion. But any other comments or on this item?
Yeah, I don't, I kind of like your idea a little bit, Alex, because first of all, I don't like the idea of being in the gym business particularly.
Exactly.
When people get hurt in gyms and you have to maintain the equipment, you have to clean the equipment after people work out. If they got sweaty and they don't clean their equipment and stuff, it's, I don't know. And I kind of agree with, I don't like the idea of, but there isn't a gym, I don't think, in South Laguna, is there?
No.
So it'd be good maybe if we could, I would prefer to do something along the lines that Alex said, if we could figure out a good model. And so that we equip the gym properly and not kind of a skeleton grouping of machines or whatever, because we're not gonna be in the business of gyms. And some of these gyms around town, they have a lot of equipment and they're nice to go to. So I don't know, unless we can do some kind of partnership or something, I'm not really interested in being in the gym business. I just don't think it's a super good idea. But that's just my opinion.
Other comments on this item? So it sounds like do you feel like you have, I don't know, there is direction that I think we're just saying maybe look at options.
We could probably come back with options on that element, sure.
Okay.
I think the only other issue I have, and I don't know, where we are with the longer range planning, but if we're talking about 150,000, maybe this is a Mark McAvoy or Tom question, 150,000 to do gravel out there. I mean, if this ends up being the long-term solution for parking, is that kind of just lost money as opposed to looking at let me ask it this way. Are we still looking for a long-range solution for parking? I assume we are, because I think we've already given direction on that for the CRC, right?
Right, but placing the gravel would potentially be some lost costs if we then later came in and put asphalt or any type of structure. Yeah.
The school did use it, I'm sorry, for parking, isn't that correct, from time to time?
Yes, that was like their special event kind of overflow parking, and that's where that drawing came from.
Right. So we don't think that we could use it as is without the gravel then?
To use it on a everyday regular basis, that the grass would deteriorate real quick and become muddy.
Oh, so they'd become muddy. That's the issue. Got it.
Yeah, it just is not set for the vehicle traffic.
Okay, I mean, I get that, and what would be do we have an estimate? Staff report says we'll need to do DR and a coastal development permit. Any guesstimate on timing for that?
No.
If we do the gravel approach?
No, that I don't have an estimate on the timing. I will say that would be likely the fastest solution.
Okay. Maybe.
Are you done? Are you done?
I was just going to say maybe we can just get an update on timing if we authorize that, which I think we're probably going to
Councilmember
do.
Whalen, some of that conversation will be on tomorrow's agenda. We have an item on there where we talk about the review of public works projects that are not extra special. So, which I don't think this one would be, but it maybe try to speed that up and go through a different process.
Are you saying we don't need to look at design integrity for how the gravel is laid down?
I might be saying,
Subcommittee,
Yeah, we need that ad
gravel
hoc on that.
subcommittee.
Other comments on this item?
Yeah, I just have a question. I'm not on the Facilities Master Plan Subcommittee, but that's going to come back to us in the next meeting.
that's right.
Is there anything that we should be not make a decision on that you guys can think of that tonight on this, that we should wait until we get some information from the consultants?
I don't think there's any heavy investment in this that we talked about that will cause us to have to undo or stop something that you might decide on the 25th. So nothing jumps out at me.
And it sounds like I don't think there's going to
We're
be
not
any
going to
money
gravel,
spent
we're not
in
going to
the-
gravel the grass by then anyway.
It'll be,
Okay.
yeah.
The last comment I have would be just, what about I don't know where council feel, what about having staff look at a dance room, or I think you were talking about maybe one or two in here. What do people think about that?
It seems to me like that should be considered as part of the more permanent plan, just given the cost of installing a wooden dance floor.
That makes sense. There's not a way to people just use the rooms.
I would be in full support of just using like that third mat room as a dance space, but I do know that people who know how to do that like nicer floors.
Got it.
So when you say the permanent plan, what is that coming? Is that
The one that doesn't say interim on it.
right? Is that part of the master facilities plan?
Yeah, I
Is
think there's
that
gonna
where
be
the permanent
some-
plan is gonna?
Some different options.
That's the hope, yeah.
Okay,
See what council wants
can't
to do.
wait.
So Alex, you had recommended having them come back regarding the gym with a option to have it rent private. So we would need something to compare that to, right? So we would need to understand the cost of running it internally versus bringing somebody in. So you'd bring that information back as well?
Okay, are there comments? Does someone want to make a motion on this? Sue, you want to make a motion, or Bob, you want to make a motion?
Well, it looks like we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, so I guess on 4, we'd be expanding that to create space for a community fitness center and bring back options for city operation and as compared to a public-private partnership. And then we could, with that addition, we could adopt the recommended actions. Is that right?
Dance floor? Or dance room?
Well, it didn't sound like there was support to do anything with that for now. So why don't we just, I guess we're going to get this facilities plan, so we can just leave that alone for now.
Okay.
Margaret, did you want to second the motion?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I vote. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up on the agenda, we have item 17, revised fund balance for the fiscal year 23-24 and the mid-year budget modifications for the fiscal year 23-24, but should that be 24-25, right? That's a typo, okay.
Correct.
And a resolution approving salary schedules, okay. Dave,
I
do you
might
want to
kick this off. Yeah,
Okay,
I
go ahead.
appreciate Erica and Shannon being here. This is Erica and my first rodeo for the mid-year financial update. And Erica will start the presentation, then I'll chime in. I do want to frame this that the city is in good financial shape. And I think sometimes and I don't want to sound this pejorative, sometimes we're a victim of our own processes and how we do things and how we've done things in the past, I think have contributed to a problem that is fairly short term. I'm hopeful it's short term. I tend to be a worrier. I worry about the national economy. But I think Laguna Beach is a stable place and will continue to be a stable city government. But we do have some headwinds for right now. And I think we have some good plans to address the headwinds. And with that, I'll hand it over to Erica.
Thank you, Dave. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Tonight, we're presenting the mid-year financial update as well as recommended budget amendments as part of tonight's presentation. Next slide, please. So just to go over the process, since I'm new to this, and I think council would appreciate, this is a multi-part review. First, we look at and review the ending balances of fiscal year 2023-24 compared to the projections that were included in the budget. We're nearing the end of the audit, that we don't expect any additional changes to the audited numbers. So it really is comparing the audited numbers to where we thought we were going to be. The second part is updating our fiscal year 2024-25 projections, and that's all based on data that we have for revenues and expenses by fund. And we did want to and we're going to highlight and go through some of the recommended amendments to both the revenue and expenditure budgets and highlight the reasons why. Lastly, this year, we are including an additional review of the capital improvement project review. Next slide, please. And we'll go into that a little bit deeper. So this was presented to City Council on February 25th, 2025. The Department of Public Works reviewed active projects and they recommended closing 50 projects. This is this is included in attachment 3 is the detail. What you see on the slide is just a snippet of the full closure. And they looked at all the funds, not just the general fund. And the recommendation from this review is that the funds be returned to fund balance. Next slide, please. So just to summarize the financial impact, you can see the recommended action closes out $16 million worth of projects across the various funds, with the capital improvement fund receiving the majority of the closeouts at $9.6 million. And we'll highlight how that will play out as far as the financial plan that we're recommending for the city as far as the forecasting piece. Next slide. So moving on to our revenue budget amendments that we're recommending for fiscal year 2024-25. As part of our process, we're projecting out the revenues, and we wanted to highlight the significant revenues that you see here and why we are either increasing them from what we had originally budgeted or decreasing them for the original budget. So our largest source of revenue at the city is property taxes, and we're expecting the year to end at 1.3 million above the budget, primarily driven by higher secured and unsecured levy that was originally projected. And that's, we consider, an ongoing increase to the budget. The other piece of that is the supplemental property taxes that was also levied higher than we budgeted. And those we consider one-time in nature because, as you may or may not know, supplemental taxes are come as a result of homes changing owners and therefore now being taxed at the higher base. So in that transaction of changing owners, their homeowners are assessed the supplemental one-time tax bill and they pay it. So that's why we consider that amount to be essentially a one-time, but we did want to adjust the budget to increase the property tax estimate up by $1.3 million in total. The second item that we're going to be looking at is sales tax, and we're projecting a $7 million decrease in the sales tax revenues that we'll be receiving based on as compared to the budget. As 0.7. As we move forward into online retailing and decrease foot traffic, which ultimately results in lower sales from our businesses here in the city, and therefore reducing the sales tax that we receive as a result of those lower sales. Also, vacancies in commercial properties throughout the city have contributed to this decrease in sales tax. We are projecting this to be a permanent decrease that will essentially lower our base, and we'll continue for next year's budget to increase it by a moderate increase as projected by HDL. Next, moving on to transient occupancy taxes, both hotels and short-term lodgings. We see that for hotels, we're projecting to be $2.8 million below the budget, and that's primarily driven by longer than expected renovations at major hotels that are essentially incurring for the entire year. Short-term lodgings, we're just receiving less than what we budgeted, but we're continue to pursue those short-term lodging revenues. And then lastly, our investment income estimate, we're proposing a $4 million increase over the budget. That's primarily driven by the continued high yields in the short-term investments that we are seeing, and the city is invested in life in those short-term yields. Next slide, please. Some other notable revenue budget amendments. Measure LL, which takes a portion of the TOT revenue, is also decreasing by $550,000 for the same reasons that the general fund has decreased, and that's primarily driven again by longer hotel renovations than previously expected. The capital improvement plan is increasing, or we're proposing an increase over the budget of $580,000 due to shift in hotel occupancy due to renovations. So as one hotel sees less traffic, another hotel gets more traffic. So that's essentially the shift and why the budget is lower than what we're projecting it to increase. We are recommending that this be transferred and retained by the general fund as part of our recommended action tonight. Again, that's mostly driven because if all hotels were open, that money would probably be in the general fund and not the capital improvement fund. Next slide, please. So lastly, we included some expenditure adjustments starting at line 7 of the agenda report. The city went through a thorough review process of all the requests submitted by the departments to adjust the mid-year expenditures and worked only to include items that were necessary for the city through June 30th, knowing that we have a challenge as far as our revenues are concerned. So, and then just to highlight the largest item increase is to city attorney's budget due to increased needs in the community development activity. We did list out in attachment 4 the detail of all the increases that were or all the appropriations for the expenditures that are recommended and why they're necessary for the city for detail. Next slide, please. Now, in the agenda report that was prepared, you can see that there is a deficit in the general fund that we're proposing to be funded by 3 different line items. The first line item, as we know, CIP closed out $9 million in their projects into fund balance. So we're proposing a transfer in from capital improvement funds project closeout of $2.6 million. We're also proposing projected to book a projected salary savings of $300,000 and also recommending a hiring freeze of select positions through July 1st, 2025 to fund that general fund deficit that we're seeing in this year as a result of the decreased revenues that we're projecting to collect. Next slide, please. Other notable expenditure appropriation requests, we have a $1.2 million appropriation request from the Vehicle Replacement Fund for a replacement fire engine. The rents have been collected. This is designed to capture the funds ahead of time, ahead of the vehicle needing to be replaced. So we have collected enough funds to replace that vehicle, and we're just including it in here. The next item, which was also presented at the February City Council meeting, was to appropriate $1 million for the Clio Street Beach Access Project and another $2.5 million for Fire Station 4. And then the last notable item is the South Laguna Fund, where we are requesting to appropriate $80,000 for handheld radios. Other budget changes that don't have a financial impact and no FTEs, additional FTEs are required is we did update our pay ranges based on the MOU that was approved and effective January 1st. We did already have a budget estimate as part of the budget for that, so no additional budget appropriation is needed. We also created new classifications and pay ranges for police officer reserve position and an accounting manager position. And the accounting manager came as a result of the 2024-25, or as of the Raftellus report that was completed in fiscal year 2024-25. And then the payroll supervisor has been reassigned to miscellaneous range 128. Again, this has no FTE positions added as a result of these changes, and no additional budget adjustments are necessary to implement these. Next slide.
I can take this one if you'd like, Erica. So as I noted, I feel like this is a short-term occurrence, but it's hard to bank on that. So I did want you to know that we'll be looking at this closely. If you adopt the mid-year, we'll still be approaching the coming fiscal year's budget cautiously. We will be able to fill all the obligations in the current year's budget, all the contracts and agreements and MOUs. I feel like a message of this mid-year is that we've got to help our retail and our business partners more and to do things faster. It wasn't all, I'm not casting blame on anyone. I'm going to cast blame on the process, but it was really unfortunate that the surf and sand had to stay down as long as they stayed down. And to me, that your discussion tomorrow is really vital, that community development reforms. Can we be faster and less bureaucratic in helping businesses get going? And we'll talk about individual examples tomorrow too. So we will be proposing a combination of expenditure reductions and revenue enhancements. And I'm not talking about a ballot measure or a new tax. I'm just things we can do within our own power for fiscal year 25, 26 as we develop that, which we're doing right now, even as you adopt the mid-year. I think next slide. So what are the pathways? I do think we should look at a retirement incentive for some positions here. I'd like to take advantage of attrition to consider a little bit more contracting out where we can. As I noted, we need to right-size community development. People need to have a better customer experience. And remember, there's a heavy subsidy of the general fund to community development. And it's not because our fees are too low. I mean, our fees arguably are probably where they could be or should be, but our process is so slow and deliberative, for good and for bad, that I think the council has understandably been reluctant to raise fees for a process that isn't working well. So I'd like to get to a point where we can fix the process, make it work well, and then cover more of those costs, hopefully lower costs, with fees. And then I mentioned improving our revenue opportunities. You already talked about parking enforcement this afternoon. We do have a fairly aggressive plan for summer 25 to talk about how we can be better about parking enforcement. And then you've adopted your short-term lodgings ordinance, which should help us there too. And then I think we also, we need to look at effective ways to cost share with other entities around us, working more closely with the water district, for example. I think there are lots of opportunities where we can partner on programs and save some resources. So with that, I think have the recommended action slides.
Yes, and there's a lot of recommended action slides, and a lot of these, again, aim to fund the general fund's needs of $3 million. And if we choose not to do some of these recommended actions, we would need to come up with other solutions. So we'll just walk through this. Again, the first one's just adopt the June 30, 2024 ending fund balances. Again, those are primarily driven by the audit, and we're near close and don't expect any more adjustments. Number 2 is modify the fiscal year 2024-25 adopted budget and approve additional appropriations and adjustments as recommended within the report. Number 3, and this is vital, this is also vital to keeping the general fund balanced, is retain the estimated property tax revenues above the budget in the general fund instead of transferring them to the housing fund. And I believe our liability is approximately $500,000 would be the liability of transferred into the housing fund. Number 4 is approving transferring revenues estimated to be generated above the budget from transient occupancy tax in the capital improvement fund to the general fund. This is the one that I commented about foot traffic shifting from general fund hotels to CIP fund hotels. Number 5 is approve key measures to balance the general fund, including the transfer from the CIP fund for the project closeouts and recognizing the estimated salary savings and salary freeze of certain identified positions. Next slide, please. Number 6, approving the closeout that Public Works presented of $16 million across the various funds. Number 7 is reduce the budgeted transfers for fiscal year 24-25 from the street lighting fund to the wildfire mitigation fund by $500,000 as a correction to prior year. Number 8, approve a transfer from the wastewater CAP fund to the wastewater operating fund of $213,500 to pay for a one-time invoice from SACWA for the annual use audit settlement and additional cash payout from the prior fiscal year. I didn't touch on that one, but SACWA goes through an annual use audit in which they essentially true up their actuals to their budget, and they determine how much solids, liquids, and commons were used by each member agency at each project committee. And depending on the actuals, they'll either give you a refund or they'll give you a bill. In this case, we got a bill. So, and we are required to pay it. So that's action number 8. Just wanted to explain it a little further. I'm sure Councilmember Whalen knows that one. Number 9 is approve a transfer from the CIP fund to the gas tax fund of $300,000 to fund ongoing projects. And number 10 is adopt the salary schedules that are included in the agenda item through a resolution. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Questions from council?
Yeah, good. That was a good report. Very thorough. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
It's questions. Have we heard anything about the Pacific Edge when they plan to start their remodel?
So we're talking with them actively now. The community development team, actually, there's a great team on Pacific Edge right now. They're addressing some of the CEQA concerns. We're trying to dovetail on to a existing environmental document and make their new changes an addendum. So we've had those talks just as recently as the last 2 weeks. I'm hoping they're going to come forward with a submittal or their revisions quickly, and then we can make sure they're either going to do their small project, which I think we'd all like them not to do, but to do their grander project. So we're trying to figure out a way how we can make their grander project happen quickly. So
does their grander project have to go back through coastal?
I don't think we concluded that yet. No, Anthony's shaking his head, so it's a good shake.
What about the Paloma or whatever it's called? Have you heard anything about
Heard when Paloma is going to open. That's across from the Montage.
Yeah.
They seem close. I can find out.
They seem closer. Yeah. Another question is, did we, on the parking rates, I can't remember where we are with coastal on our.
We're in 5th year.
We're in the 5th year.
Ready to resubmit a package coming up for the next 5-year period, and we're going to include some permissions to do more parking in South Laguna. We've got a couple of opportunities there at maybe Gelson's underground, so we'll be trying to package that up and send that to coastal and get approved.
Okay. And then we had, I can't remember, but for short-term lodging, we said any new short-term lodging applications or whatever would go into the housing fund. But was there a caveat that we had to make sure our budget was balanced or no? Okay. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Other questions? Mark?
I was just wondering if Dave thought that the reduction in the TOT for vacation rentals was due to enforcement. And this new ordinance, do we think the new ordinance might help out?
I do think the new ordinance is going to help out, whether it's capturing more permitted rentals or forcing unpermitted rentals to pay what they owe and close, and forcing unpermitted rentals, the people who may have been using the unpermitted rentals to either go into a permitted and taxed rental or a permitted and taxed hotel. So I do think it'll help.
Thank you.
Bob, do you have any questions?
No, I had a meeting earlier with Eric and Dave and got most of my questions answered. I'll have some comments after public comment.
So Dave, I have a question about and maybe Mark McAvoy could come up. This is kind of following up on the discussion that we had during the study session about the lack of expenditures in the CIP. So, for the wastewater, and I'm going to connect this to the pensions in a second, but for the wastewater, we're at, Erica, can you verify? So we've spent 781,000 in this fiscal year, but we have a revised budget of over 33 million. Does that sound right? And then for the CIP, I see 3.5 million in a revised budget of 57 million. So I guess my question is to you, Dave, do you have concerns about our rate of spending in our CIPs? Because what it seems like we're doing is we're transferring money out of the CIPs into other areas, which makes sense in the short term when we're having these revenue shortfalls. But long term, do you have concerns about our ability to deliver on the and I guess there's there's questions of what a CIP. You and I have had this conversation. What a CIP means. Does it mean that we're saving money for future projects, or is it meant for and I think what we really need is we need to figure out a timeline of when is a project going to be initiated and when is a project going to be completed so that we can forecast our financials. So I guess, and I have a follow-up question for you, Dave, on that. So do you want to respond to that?
I appreciate the mayor and I have had an ongoing conversation about this, and I've appreciated it all. To me, and I know that Mark McAvoy would agree to this, the best way to do this, if we were to go back and start this 4 years ago or 5 years ago, have a master plan, have a wastewater master plan, which is the way of showing what you need to do and when you need to do it. And then build the rates based on the amount needed to cover the master plan and cover the operational expenses and cover reserves. So that has not been the history in Laguna for one reason or another, and not being critical there, but our CIP has been not as official, and I think Mark would share how that was developed previously, but it wasn't developed in the context of a master plan. That said, I'm respectful of your question. Are we doing enough? Are we getting enough projects out the door? I haven't come to a conclusion about that yet, but I'm happy to look at it with Mark McAvoy. I'm also happy to look at it if we wanted to have somebody from the outside come in and help us kind of see what we're doing, how we're doing it, how fast we're doing it. I'm happy to look at that in that process.
And could a deliverable be having the CIP include when a project will be initiated and when it will be completed? Is that something?
I think we can always do that. We'll probably put some caveats on it.
Yeah, of course.
Permitting and design, but yeah, I think we need to. Again, the master plan will do this, but in advance of the master plan, can we do more of that? Yes.
That sounds good. And then stepping back, one of I think the biggest increase in costs that we're seeing is pensions. And I was just looking over some of our previous budget, and our pension costs have increased. If we have all this money sitting here in a CIP fund, is there value in looking at if realistically we can't spend a percentage of this money over a certain amount of time? And this kind of goes to my previous question about having, a timeline of when we're going to spend this money. Aren't there higher and better uses of, we could prepay, pay down pension and, I know we've done that. I think in 2014, we did 5 years of that. So I guess that kind of goes to the importance of having this timeline of when we're going to spend these funds. So is that something, I didn't ask you about the pension issue previously, so I apologize because you might not have the information off the top of your head, but is that something that we're considering as we look at, if we have money sitting there, could that money be deployed in a higher and better use that could achieve long-term savings?
Because if you're paying off a pension that's in cost that's incurring an expense of 6 to 7, or I don't know what it is, what's the discount right now?
7 or
7-ish, but it's only costing us or we'd otherwise be earning 4% in LAIF. There's reasons to look at
Exactly,
that. Yeah.
right? So that's sort of why I think we need, why it's so important that we have a CIP that's
Yeah.
actually, that's functional to the degree that we can understand when the money's supposed to be spent. And, of course, it doesn't always have to, there's always delays and issues, but at least, it just seems like that makes a lot of sense.
No, I think that's something we can and should look at in the context of developing the budget for fiscal 25, 26.
Okay, and then
Appreciate the suggestion.
have we ever asked all the departments just to look at, are there opportunities for cost savings and bring them forward as part of the budget process? I mean, you wouldn't know the historic answer, but is that something as we go forward for this upcoming 25, 26 budget? Do you think there's opportunities for cost savings that
There
could
always
be-
are, yeah.
Okay,
Right.
yeah,
And I think that's a good conversation we can have.
got it. Okay, those are my questions. Any other questions from council? And if not, we'll go to the public comment on this item.
Hi, Jackie Shafkin. I just wanted to make a comment about the recommended decrease in the 500,000, or the recommended decrease in allocation to the housing fund. When Resolution 23.045 was signed, the way it's worded is that if you are over projected revenue for income, for property taxes, then you will allocate X amount up to $500,000 for that purpose. So that's what the resolution says. I don't know if that's just something you have to do something to authorize, but I guess, that category is in fact well over budget. So I'm going to just advocate that the council considers that was what the resolution was, and, considers that commitment. I consider myself pretty good at reading financial statements and budgets and lots of information. I had trouble kind of, reconciling some of this stuff to what I see online for the city budget. I appreciate that you've got the updated, attachment 2 here with the beginning and ending fund balance, what you think the new one is, but just the way you present for the information in here, if you can even foot it to like, here's what we said we were going to have, here's what we actually have, then the estimated expenditures as well, because your revised copy shows significant reduction in expenditures in certain areas as well. And so it's very difficult for me to say, I want you to put the $500,000 in because I can see you can save it here. I can see that there's other savings here, but you haven't shared what that information is here. So it's not easy for me to say, okay, look at some other buckets here before you cut housing. Though I know if I had all the information, I would have some great suggestions for you to consider that. So I know you know what I'm talking about, and I appreciate that you're a new team here, but happy to chat and give some, I know you know other sources that you can look at in terms of how other cities do it, so that it's very clear that when we're reducing revenues in certain categories and expenditures are, what our opportunities are for other cost savings versus looking at the spreadsheet the way it's presented in this format. It's not very clear. And I read a lot of financial statements. I guess I'm out of time. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Looking at the new pay rates, there are dozens of city employees who'd qualify to live in affordable housing. You made a commitment by resolution. The lesser of the excess real estate taxes are $500,000. You're offering nothing. Now is not the time to short housing. We haven't produced a single affordable house unit. We're committed to doing 100 or trying to facilitate 190. It's just, it is, you have to find somewhere else, some other place to take money away. Because the housing, we've got a project coming up here that's real, that's going to probably need some help. A number of those folks are sitting out here. We've got other projects, and right now, the housing fund's $500,000, and you're supposed to get another $500,000 by your own resolution. And you say, well, we're going to kick it down. I don't know what you're saying, but it doesn't work, guys. You've got to fund housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Bill Whitty. I really don't have any comments on the budget or the mid-year report. But I wanted to make a few comments about in regards to the capital project budget. So when your current planning commissioner, Steve Kellenberg, chaired the task force that reviewed sites for the housing element, did an incredibly thorough job. And he had some consultants he worked with who also looked at not just the land use side of it, but the financial side. Could these sites compete for state funds? How much public money might be needed? Obviously very preliminary. And from that, but it was clear every one of them required some form of public help. That's the challenge with affordable housing, one of them. Ultimately, 4 sites, of course, were identified, and we obviously are working on one of them. And so my only comment tonight is that as you think about the capital budget and moving things around or things coming back or not, think about increasing the amount that's available for affordable housing. Obviously, you can't commit anything specifically until if and when you approve a specific project, and only then when you thoroughly review that project. So it's not about the specifics, but for projects to proceed, they're going to need that type of a commitment. If they don't proceed, you still have the money as you do now in an affordable housing fund, should something come up that could proceed. And the only other thing I would say is you can think beyond 1 year, because projects like these can accept funds over, say, a 2 fiscal year cycle, which can spread out the, if you will, share the pain a little bit. So really, that's the only comment I have tonight, and urge you to think about it as you review that, some of the capital projects that may be coming back, et cetera. Obviously, there's still work to be done, but that's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Joe Hanauer, and following up Cody and Jackie, I'm concerned about not making the commitment per the decisions that the council made in the past of putting money into the fund. And interestingly enough, this intersection between Bill's comments and Jackie and Cody's is what I wanted to call to your attention. And that is that obviously I don't know what the right number is going to be that the city should and can support the church project. But what I do know is that the project has evolved in a positive way. I know there will be time to talk about this in the future in terms of the scale, in terms of the reduced number of units. And the Housing and Human Services Committee is all of its meetings for probably 4 or 5 months had people coming in, and we saw the difference in the attitudes of people as the project improved. The reason I'm touching on it here is because one of the things we know is that there's going to have to be a participation on the city's part beyond what it normally would do. The time to start concerning yourself with it is now, and contributing everything you can into the fund now under this budget, so that when you start in April, I think you start to consider the 25-26 budget, you can start to address this issue. As Bill mentioned, he and I hadn't talked about this, but my view is there's several ways to deal with that project. What I would suggest is that the only way you don't support it is if you go kicking and screaming after trying to negotiate, with the parties, and you can't find a way to do it, because there are other ways, including spreading it. I didn't know Bill was going to mention that, but spreading it over a period of time. Another concept might be to backstop it. For example, if to have a fixed amount that gets committed initially, and to backstop an amount that over a period of time, if the parties in good faith aren't able to raise it from other public funds, the city steps in. There's ways to do it, but I suggest you start now with this, with the money that's committed this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Are there other members? Oh, here we go.
And Christoph, I thought there would be more people from the back of the room to speak. I'm in agreement with the previous speakers. I believe that the city should commit dollars towards affordable housing, and that commitment was hard fought for many years. We would ask how much money has the city set aside for housing? And this was a real achievement to get this, so I would hope that you would keep with that. And I know that the NCC is going to be asking for additional funds, and I urge you to consider them, but consider them in a way that benefits the whole community and again, saves the existing historical buildings. It not only is an aesthetic, a tradition, but it is also a cost issue. They would be tearing down existing fine buildings and then having to rebuild them again. And we shouldn't be subsidizing that kind of waste, or what they would call losing the embedded energy. When you destroy a building, you're losing all the energy that went into creating it and all the energy that went into the materials that make it, and that is wasted. And then again, you build something new and you're having to invest additional dollars, additional labor, which is not necessary. So this is a sustainability issue as well as a historical issue. Then I also, and Joe Hanauer was mentioning what an opportunity this site is, which is true. But we have another opportunity that we've been talking to you about in South Laguna, and that is the purchase of the Catalina lots next to the Village Green. That opportunity is not going to last forever, and it is so critical for the parents, the children, and the people who love dogs. If that could be resolved, it would be a tremendous benefit to that portion of the Laguna Beach community that has only a very small park at their disposal for their use in their neighborhood. So I hope that you will consider allotting some funds there too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Are there other members of the public who want to speak on this item? No? Okay, then I'm going to close public comment on this item and bring this discussion back to the city council. Megan, there were discussions about the NCC project, which the city manager and I, as already stated, have a conflict of interest. Is there a reason why we should leave the dais at this time, or?
No, I think that the question before the council is not a specific project application of those monies. The question is whether the property tax revenues that were in excess of the estimated budgeted amounts should be retained by the general fund or transferred to the housing fund, to the housing fund generally for whatever use. So there's not an action being taken on any specific project. So there's not a conflict for that purpose.
Okay, thank you. So who wants to start council for discussion on the mid-year budget?
I'll start with a couple items, if I may, Mayor. So kind of looking at this at the top level, if we go to page 6 of 12 of our agenda report, we're trying to solve for a $3 million shortfall. The vast majority of that driven by TOT underperforming, as was pointed out. So, and I think that's some of the good news here. I mean, we still need to do, a lot of the things that the city manager recommended, but this was primarily a one-time closure of Surf and Sand beyond projections, and the Casa Loma was out of service too. But we've got $3 million. Down below on that table, this recommendation gets us to, with the $2.6 million from the transfer from the capital improvement fund and the projected salary savings, the hiring freezes gets you to the $3,040,000. So if you go over to table 4, that's the capital improvement fund budget modification. And I clarified with Erica and Dave earlier, the remaining balance shown there of $3,087,000. If you make the $2.6 million transfer from the prior page, you get down to roughly $500,000 left in the capital improvement fund.
Yes, that's correct.
So the problem, it's solved, but basically you're down to a low balance at the capital improvement fund. Still positive, but just not about $500,000. So then the question becomes, in my mind, what do we do about housing? And looking back in time, we, for several years, council strived to, increase this balance. I think when we first started attacking it, we had under $500,000 in the fund. And, we adopted that resolution to put the new short-term lodging revenue, as Sue was pointing out earlier, into the fund. Then we came up with this resolution 2 years ago, I think, to put the property tax overage up to $500,000 total into the fund. That happened for 1 year, and now the proposal is, that it did not happen this year, that it be reverted. I appreciate the fact that it's just a one-time ask, but I do think we should, my personal view is we should honor our commitment to the housing fund. And that was part of my comment earlier. I think we really need more information as a council as to what's in our housing fund and what it's available for. We've got 700, if you look at page 14, 736,000 sitting in a housing in lieu fund. That's a fair chunk of change. What can we do with that? Then we've got, $1,482,000 sitting in the housing fund. I think, what can we do with that? So I think we ought to honor the commitment to the housing fund. But I did say to Dave and Erica, I think if there's another way to do that in future years, come back to us and recommend that to us in the budget process. We do need to continue to make commitments to housing. So I think there's a couple ways we could think about addressing this for the current year without negating the transfer to the housing fund. And one is there's about $500,000 left in the capital improvement fund. We could utilize that or throw that into the mix, in which case you're not having to short the housing fund. Alternatively, and I don't know as though it's reflected on page 14, but you'll all recall this, when we applied for the grant from the state, we put $1 million from the parking fund into the housing fund to increase the balance to $2.5 million, so that we, could apply for a $2.5 million grant from the state, which apparently we're not going to get. We got rejected. They said it wasn't recurring revenue. That prior action of the council said if we get rejected, the $1 million reverts to the parking fund. Well, another approach would be leave $500,000 of that there, so we still honor the $500,000 obligation to the housing fund for the current fiscal year. So a long way of saying, I support continuing to make the deposit this fiscal year into the housing fund that we promised to make, whether we leave $500,000 from the parking fund there or whether we utilize some of this capital improvement fund. I'm indifferent, open to what staff thinks about that, but I would like to see us honor that commitment.
I agree with that. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Erica, do you have a preference between taking the as a residual from the capital improvement fund versus not transferring a full $1 million back into the parking fund? We can't ask Michael this question.
I don't have a preference.
Okay. I'd probably land on doing it to the capital fund then.
Other comments or?
Just a little bit of clarity. Back to your statement, your original statement, Alex, and when the city manager was talking about some solutions and bringing in an outside assessment to look at public works CIP projects. What's the outside
wastewater
assessment?
so far was my focus. it would be having somebody who has, our team has wastewater experience, but having someone from the outside come in and say, what would be a good pacing for these projects? Now, the wastewater master plan will help accomplish that, but I think it's always a good idea to look outside and have someone have extra eyes on that.
So this being consultant or another agency or?
No, probably consultant.
Thank you.
So Bob, we have our report back to the council on the wildfire mitigation, fire safety in April, I think. We're due back, right? And we have a meeting on Friday, I think.
I think we said May 6th. Yeah.
Oh, May 6th, okay. Okay, so I think for this fiscal, we probably won't have too much, but we're going to have probably a big ask for next year. Because the things that we have on our list that need to be done some of them are very pricey. And I'm not talking about Laguna Canyon Road, but other projects that we're probably going to want to bring forward. They're going to be pricey.
So the biggest question for that, and I appreciate Councilmember Kemp's comments, is, I'm confident in property tax in Laguna Beach. I'm less confident in TOT for at least the coming year, and sales tax is still a worry. So I don't know if we, as Erica noted, have we hit the new normal, and is the new normal not where it used to be, or are we in a dip? So obviously we're going to approach that with caution. A lot's going to depend again on how many rooms come up online, because actually, arguably, if Pacific Edge is a ways off, we should have almost all the rooms in the city up and running for 26, 27. It's maybe 27, 20, sorry, for 25, 26, it's 26, 27 that we have more to worry about. But
Well, the other thing that worries me is the U.S. economy, the way it's going now. It's so unpredictable. And I'm kind of worried that, it sounds a little bit far-fetched, but I'm kind of worried that people won't want to travel here to the U.S. because we're, the way we're, projecting ourselves is not very appealing. So I'm just kind of worried that our tourism, and people are like, oh, we don't like the tourists, but the tourists that pay here, very essential to our budget. I don't know. I just have a general, I've been watching a lot of stuff that's going on in the financial markets, and I don't know.
I think we're wise to be really cautious.
I'm really concerned about that.
that hits what's going on in the markets. It's smooth, but it hits our PERS rates. If they're not reaching the returns that they plan for in one specific year, they smooth it out, but it's still not a good smooth.
Well, and it freaks people out. They don't want to spend
Yeah.
money. Plus massive layoffs.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Sorry to say it, but that's what I've just been perseverating about that.
Ellie?
I don't have any more comments.
Yeah, I don't have any comments to add. I think the one I would add, the one recommended action that I'd want to add is to direct staff to return with the timing for the CIP projects for initiation and completion as part of the CIP update when that comes back to us as part of our budget discussions. That'd be the one item I would add.
So one technical question I had was, and I raised this with Dave yesterday, but the way our capital improvement fund works now, all the TOT from the Montage goes into the capital improvement fund. And now we're transferring a bunch of money out of the capital improvement fund. And I don't know whether there's some existing resolution or something we have to modify to do all that, but I just raised that question.
Councilmember Whalen, thank you for asking that question in advance because we were able to look today. We did not find any specific requirement. I think, and Gavin can speak to this more, but I think that he believes it was actually more of an established practice by a prior city manager office than it was a specific requirement from a resolution.
So Councilmember Wayland, we did go back, at least try to do some research back when the Montage first opened, and this would be in the early 2000 area. We looked at the master development agreement. We looked at changes to that. We searched for resolutions and even in ordinances. We didn't find anything that the council had approved by resolution or ordinance, or even the master development agreement that talked about maintaining all of the TOT from the Montage toward the capital improvement fund. And so just from, and I'm going by my memory, a lot of that was, if back in that time, the city had borrowed from the Montage to do capital improvements to the park. The TOT money was used to pay that back. And once that was relieved, the TOT money could be used for general purposes. And if you could imagine, the CIP fund at the time was funded to the tune of probably $1 million. So obviously then there was a great need to put money into the CIP program to deal with a lot of the issues that were happening at the time. So we found, to answer a short question, we didn't find anything.
No, thank you for looking at that. I mean, the only other thing I would add, and I don't know where the rest of council is, Councilmember Jones expressed her view, but I would add then, if we're going to do this, that we, I don't know how we do it, but that we make the additional transfer, or I guess we make the additional transfer from the capital improvement fund to the general fund so that we can honor the deposit to the housing fund. Is that?
That would be correct. So item number 5 is approve key measures for balancing the general fund. So we would just increase that key measure from 2.6 to 3.1 million, and we would eliminate item number 3.
Okay, good. I'd make that motion with the mayor's addition to that he mentioned, to bring back the
CIP with the timing for project initiation and completion. Perfect.
Yep, I'd make that. So I'd remove recommendation 3, make the modification to 6 to increase the transfer. I'm sorry, 5 to increase the transfer from the capital improvement fund, and add the mayor's recommendation on returning on the CIP.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank
Thanks,
you very
everyone.
much.
Thanks, Erica. Okay, so item 18 was removed from the agenda. So now we are gonna we have 2 public hearings. The first one is so we have Anthony Vieira will provide the staff report. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read the item, which is consideration of an ordinance amending the zoning code and local coastal program by repealing and replacing Chapter 25.17 of the code regarding ADUs and JADUs. And then, so at this, wait, hold on. So I'm going to open the public hearing on this item, and then we're going to have a staff presentation from Anthony Vieira. So Anthony, do you want to provide a presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Item 19 is a zoning ordinance amendment and an amendment to the local coastal program to amend the city's accessory dwelling unit and junior accessory dwelling unit regulations. This is the first reading. By way of background, this ordinance repeals and replaces the ADU regulations, which are codified as Municipal Code Chapter 25.17. And this ordinance was largely driven by changes to state ADU law that took effect on January 1st. At your January 14th, 2025 meeting, the council reviewed a draft ordinance and provided direction to staff to incorporate changes and consider public comments that were delivered at that hearing. And that same evening, the City Council also adopted an amended urgency ordinance and extended that urgency ordinance for 22 months and 15 days. Outlined in your agenda report this evening are 8 suggested modifications, and I'll quickly run through those here. The first suggestion was to add a definition for de minimis development to the ADU regulations, and staff is not recommending any changes in response to this comment. The term and its associated procedure are already set forth in the city's coastal development permit chapter, and the appropriate citation to those provisions are provided in the ADU regulations. The second suggestion was to allow for a JADU to be created as an addition to a single-family dwelling. Staff here again recommends no changes for the reason that it deviates from state ADU law. Under state ADU law, a JADU can be created under two scenarios: as part of a new single-family home or by converting existing space within the walls of an existing single family. And so what was suggested here was really creating a new allowance for a second attached ADU. The third suggestion relates to a rent reporting provision. It would account for a situation where an owner chooses not to charge rent for the unit. And staff is recommending a few changes here. The revisions would clarify that a rent estimate would only be provided to the city during the application process if the owner anticipates the unit would be rented. And at your last meeting, you also directed staff to strike an annual rent reporting requirement. Instead, the city will send out letters on an annual basis to owners with ADUs to request that information. The fourth suggestion relates to front yard setback requirements. For ADUs that are subject to an ADU permit, the ordinance requires compliance, or excuse me, the recommendation would be that the ordinance would require compliance with the front yard setback that applies for the underlying zoning district. And so instead of setting a specific requirement that would apply to all ADUs citywide, there would instead be a general reference back to the zone for that particular project. Here, because we cannot reference regulations outside of the ADU chapter, staff does not recommend this change. However, staff, upon further consideration, is suggesting that the council consider reducing the front yard setback that's required for ADU permits from 20 feet to 10 feet. Previously, staff proposed 20 feet because it's a pretty typical requirement. It's the standard requirement in the R1 residential low density zone, but there are in actuality many instances where a 10-foot front yard setback is required. So staff has presented a revised draft ordinance that replaces the 20-foot requirement with a 10-foot requirement. Now, if a coastal development permit is required, a 20-foot front yard setback would instead be enforced in that situation. Ultimately, this is a policy consideration for the city council. You could also direct staff to revise the ordinance to impose no front yard setback. The fifth suggestion relates to a direct line of sight provision. The suggestion being that for an ADU subject to an ADU permit, direct line of sight from a window or door of the ADU would be allowed to the adjoining residential property if the neighbor so consents. So essentially, there would be an ability to issue a waiver from this requirement. Staff does not recommend this change. We did give this some careful thought and ultimately didn't feel confident that this would be interpreted by state HCD as an objective standard, and also is likely to cause disputes between neighbors in some cases. The sixth suggestion that we reviewed is related to a standard regarding setbacks between the ADU windows and doors to adjoining residential property. At your last meeting, you did direct staff to strike this requirement, and this ordinance excludes that provision as well. The seventh suggestion was that a single utility connection that is shared with the primary dwelling be acceptable for an ADU project. And staff has made that change to the draft ordinance. A separate utility connection would only be required for a new single-family dwelling. Now, private utility companies may have their own separate requirements, but the city would not, as part of its own regulations, require separate utility connections.
Anthony, out of curiosity, do you know what the water district's policy is?
I don't happen to know myself.
Keep going.
And the eighth and final suggestion is related to utility fees. There is a suggestion that the ordinance itself might clarify the methodology for calculating utility fees. And at your last meeting, you directed staff to exclude any changes in this regard. And so the language that was introduced to you on January 14th remains the language in the draft ordinance before you tonight. And with that, that concludes the staff presentation. Staff is recommending that the council waive full reading and introduce the ordinance this evening, and also find its action exempt from CEQA. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. And unless there's objection from council, I'm also going to open the public hearing on the amended urgency ordinance, which is item 20, so that we can concurrently, we can do this in a more efficient manner. So I'm going to open the public, I read the item. I'm going to open the public hearing on that as well. And at this time, we'll have council questions of staff for either items 19 or 20. No questions? Okay. Let's, oh, Hallie, sorry.
I'll wait until after public comment.
Okay. I'm going to open public testimony on this item. So you have 3 minutes, or I guess you can have, does he get 6 minutes by law?
No, that's okay.
Okay, good. 3 minutes.
Because this is an applause talk mainly. Anthony and his planning staff have done a remarkable job of melding state, coastal commission requirements with Laguna Beach's preferences. I mean, and on behalf of the Housing Committee, we endorse the proposed revisions, including all of his accepting all the 8 items as presented. It was especially rewarding that there were some issues that the committee wanted to present in a different way, and Anthony and his staff were very collaborative and ultimately agreed that our suggested change made sense. And so we really appreciate that. And that suggested change relates to something that's kind of interesting with the new law. And we're going to be coming back to you in terms of developing a program for permitting illegal units. Under previous state law, to permit a unit, it had to be brought to current building code, construction building code. And that just was a non-starter because of fire duration regulations. The new law, AB 2533, says the illegal unit, and I'm using that to make it sound bad, the illegal unit has to comply with the code when built, which is a major change. And we're going to be pushing you guys to give some amnesty. That was what Quilter was starting to talk about, because he's in charge of it, that to make an effort, because this will assure safety for both the community and for the tenants. So that's coming up soon. But Anthony, you and your staff did a fantastic job. Thank you.
Thank you, Cody. It's always nice to have compliments from you. So thank you. Is there any other public testimony on either items 19 or 20? If not, I'm going to close the public testimony portion of the hearings for both items, and then I'm going to bring it back to council. Who wants to start?
I'll start. I just, first of all, want to echo what Cody said. Anthony, I think you are a hero for navigating all 5 of us and Coastal Commission and this community. So well done. Just a couple quick questions. On the setback, suggestion number 4, staff is recommending modifying the front yard setback to 10 feet. We could obviously make a decision that we want it to stay 20 feet. And if I understand correctly, the reason that you're suggesting 10 feet is to just be as inclusive as possible, understanding that that would actually make it harder for certain people who would traditionally have a 10-foot setback. Now we're asking them to have a 20-foot with their ADU. Am I understanding that?
Yes, council member, that is a fair summary.
Okay.
Essentially, there are certain properties, and it's not an unusual situation where the primary dwelling can be set back to 10 feet from the front lot line.
Okay.
And so the ADU was required to be set back 20 feet. A greater setback would be imposed on the ADU portion of the project.
Is that legal?
It's an objective standard.
Okay.
So yes,
But
state
potentially
ADU law is silent on front yard setback requirements. The council has broad discretion on that particular standard.
Okay.
There are other standards that are enshrined in that state ADU law.
Right.
This is not one of those.
Okay, thank you. And then I got confused about suggestion number 5. If I'm understanding it correctly, we had asked that people be able to waive that requirement by getting neighbor consent, and staff is suggesting that that's not a good recommendation, which would mean that the provision stands so that no ADU may have a direct line of sight through windows or blah, 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 blah. That stays the same. Is that what you're suggesting?
That is correct.
Okay.
It was a good suggestion. We tried to make it work. The issue being that under state ADU law, the city can impose objective standards, and the standard itself is objective, but this process to waive the standard, not so much.
Sure. Okay. Thank you very much.
Anthony, in order to put an ADU in the front yard, doesn't the applicant have to show that there's no other space on the property, or am I incorrect?
That's a good point, Mayor Pro Tem. There is a provision in state ADU law that says the local agency cannot impose a standard that would make it essentially impossible to build at least I think it's an 800 square foot ADU on the site. So in certain situations, the city may need to relax an otherwise valid standard. It could be a front yard setback or some other standard.
Other comments, Bob? Okay, I'll echo Hallie's comments about Anthony's work. It's why he's one of the 4 inaugural recipients of the Mayor's Award of Excellence. So well deserved. I'm not regretting the decision yet. So keep it up
That's the most prestigious award you can get in the city of Laguna Beach.
until Mark's time to give the award. So anyway, but so is there a motion on items 19 and 20? Or so what I'm going to do is I'm going to close the public hearing. Is there a motion on items 19 and 20? Can we take them together, Megan? Okay. Bob, you have a motion?
So we have, on 19, we have to have the title read, but on 20, we don't. Or
we don't have to title on it.
We're not reading titles anymore. Okay, then I would move the recommended actions for items 19 and 20.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. At this point, we are going to have, so I guess now we're on council member items, right? The one item I would have is the Levine Act, I think, just changed it to where now it's $500. And so I think at some point it makes sense to have staff come back and lower our campaign contribution limit from, what is it, 520 now to $500. I just thought that'd be a good idea so that in the future, nobody has to deal with Levine Act issues. So it's that just if something staff could come back with something at some point. What was that?
I think the city
I
clerk might
tried
have
to
that
say that
suggestion.
last time, but apparently going down to 250 was a road too far.
So anyway, is there support for bringing that back?
Yeah,
I'm
I'd
good with
support
that.
that.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that retroactive?
No.
No.
Well, that's a state legislative issue, right? Because I think it would still be 250 under the previous year. I don't know. But this year it's 500 going forward, I think.
Yeah.
So at this point, what I'm going to do is, unless council objects, I'd like to adjourn to closed session, the remaining item, which is whether to initiate litigation. And do I need to take public comment on that item again, Megan? Okay, so we're going to adjourn into closed session.
Can I just get clarification? Was that item that you wanted brought back? Did the council agree to that? What, as far as the lowering the campaign?
I saw 3 votes to bring that back,
Okay.
at least.
Okay.
And for the record, Mayor Pro Tem Oracle will not participate in the closed session item due to a conflict of interest
Okay.
relating to a source of income.
So can Mayor Pro Tem go home?
So he can go home.
Okay, so you can.
Lucky you.